Okay, if my voice wasn't loud enough before, I apologize. The Village of Los Ranchos is providing the ability for the public to participate in hybrid meetings as within any other application, digital service, or software. The opportunity for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to connect to the meeting either by Zoom meeting link or by viewing via live stream. The meeting video and audio is recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. Roll call. Trustee Benavides.
Here.
Trustee Kiefer.
Present.
Trustee Radnovich.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Renaud.
Here.
Pledge allegiance. If you'd like to stand up and join. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we have one Boy Scout. Would you like to come forward and present yourself? Thank you. If you could give us your name and troop.
Hello, my name is Joe Oakler, and I'm Troop 9, first class on this field.
Thank you. We're short a few Boy Scouts, so yay, you're good. Thank you. Approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay.
I'd like to see if we can move the departmental reports to the end so that we can, and financial business, so we can take care of our public hearings and our new business.
Okay. Do we have a second? Do we?
I'd second that.
Okay. Thank you. Then we will move the, if you repeat that for the.
I'd like to make a motion to move the departmental reports and financial business below public hearings and new business.
Okay. And vote? Do we need to have a vote on that? Yes, okay. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes, but I do want to discuss why.
Oh, okay.
I guess my only thought, George, is we've got lots of people, and I think people don't care too much about our departmental reports and our financial business, and I'd like to give the public opportunity to participate.
That makes sense.
Okay. Okay. Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Oh, yes, okay. And Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Renaud?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Discussion from the governing body. Call for the question. Do we need to do that? Danielle, you've changed my.
It appears that you all are in agreement to move the items after public hearings and before new business.
Okay, thank you. General public comment, item number 5. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. No action can occur on these items. If you have questions, please feel free to contact staff during business hours. Danielle, please proceed by calling up individuals that signed up for general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and trustees. Our first individual is Ms. Teresa Rael. If you would, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Teresa Rael, 1005 El Alhambra Circle. Mayor, trustees, residents. As president and spokesman for our HOA, El Caballero Norte, our neighborhood, discussed Chavez Road multi-use trail last week at our HOA meeting. So I want to thank the mayor and the trustees that came to the meeting and listened to 26 of our residents. And I think you heard the near unanimous straw vote taken showing the opposition to this project. The people most impacted by this trail, those whose properties are parallel to Chavis Road, are against it. Chavis Road is too narrow, and although the raised crosswalks were intended to slow down traffic, so far this hasn't happened. In fact, many drivers are confused with the yield to pedestrian signs. Those of us that walk daily notice most drivers are still not yielding to pedestrians. It's hit and miss whether they stop. We heard your plan to narrow the lanes, move Chavis further south, but we are not convinced this will drastically reduce the through traffic, nor are we convinced this will improve the safety of Chavis. Residents of Los Ranchos enjoy the rural community and currently walk along acequias in the open spaces. There is no need for this additional trail. The cost is excessive for such a short trail. In addition, where does the trail lead? There isn't a well-thought-out destination that continues with the trail. Lastly, Mayor and trustees, you ran your campaign ads saying you were dedicated to creating and preserving our community, that you valued village culture and tradition, and that you were dedicated to preserving our agricultural roots and rural character. We listened, and you were elected. Overwhelmingly, we are in favor of improving the safety and slowing the flow of traffic on Chavis Road. We'd like to hear the options for doing this that will also preserve the rural nature of Los Ranchos. And then my personal comments, the first one is pedestrian and bikes on narrow trails are a dangerous combination. Keep in mind that electric bikes are a popular thing now, and I personally own one, and it will go 32 miles an hour. Number two, it would be nice if this administration did something different from the previous administration and talked with residents before money is taken and decisions are made to do a project. It's critical to listen to those who will be most impacted. It's our village too. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Linda McKee.
Hello, I'm Linda McKee, 749 Chavis Road Northwest. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of the multi-use trail project on Chavis Road. The proposed walking trail is more than a path. You can't hear me. I can stand on the side. Thank you. Good, thank you. The proposed walking trail is more than a path. It's a commitment to safety, cultural respect, and enhancing our quality of life in our village. The primary goal is to improve the safety of all of us who use Chavis Road, whether on foot, bike, horseback, or in vehicles. Implementing this trail will naturally slow down traffic on Chavis, creating a safer environment for all. It's a good step towards reducing traffic accidents and ensuring the safety of our residents. To complement the walking trail, I ask that you consider implementing an 18-mile-per-hour speed limit on Chavis Road. This request to reduce the speed limit will significantly lower the risk of accidents and enhance pedestrian safety. To ensure compliance and reinforce our commitment to safety, I ask that the village enforce a strict policy where drivers exceeding 25 miles per hour will be ticketed. This enforcement would be both a deterrent and a clear message of our collective commitment to preserving the safety and tranquility of our village. By implementing the speed limit and ensuring strict enforcement, we're taking a proactive step towards creating a safer environment for all residents and fostering a culture of mindful driving within our village. By providing a safe, accessible space for walking, jogging, biking, and horseback riding, we're not just building a path, we're encouraging a healthier lifestyle for everyone, young and old alike. Research shows that the impact that physical activity has on mental and physical health, making this initiative also a public health investment. Let's not forget the economic implications. Trails like this have been shown to increase property values by enhancing the area's attractiveness and quality of life. It provides recreational and health benefits, making properties more appealing to prospective buyers. From an environmental perspective, the walking trail is a step towards sustainability. Promoting non-motorized forms of transportation reduces our carbon footprint and improves the air we breathe. The trail, as envisioned, blends with our cultural and environmental ethos. It is not only functional, but it is beautiful and in harmony with our village aesthetic. It is a trail that respects our history, our environment, and our way of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Randy McKee.
Mel Eves, 721 Chavis Road Northwest. I would urge that the trustees take immediate action to fully repeal the Conservation Development Ordinance 9.2.27 in its entirety. That ordinance at this particular time is a pathway for more urbanization of the village. Together with Palindrome and Peterson and the matter on the agenda this evening, that I think you will find, that repeal, I think you will find will be very popular among the residents.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Randy McKee.
Randy McKee, 749 Chavis Road, Northwest, Los Ranchos. Esteemed trustees and honorable mayor, good evening to you. Good evening to our wonderful citizens and residents of Los Ranchos. Thank you for being here regardless of your stances on the topics. Your showing up is a strong statement that we care about our village and want to protect and manage what we have in this wonderful jewel sitting here in the middle of the Rio Grande Valley, known as Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. Our village's character is defined by its agricultural and semi-rural roots, and it represents our way of life, our connection to the land, and our community spirit. Values that have been in place here for generations, many, many generations in cases. The introduction of high-density development threatens to disrupt this delicate balance, raising concerns that have yet to be fully addressed or understood. We need to step back and re-engage both the vision and village goals that were stated in our 2035 master plan. I've passed those out for people to look at and remember. We need to live up to them and all that we were doing as we go forward in the village. You, the governing body, are the decision makers for what is in our future. To this end, I would like to recommend that we immediately start the work required to develop the 2040 Village of Los Ranchos Master Plan. I challenge the governing board to charter this effort and bring the community together to create a plan that will continue to guide this village into the future, holding true to its vision statement and village goals. I am sure that the many people here tonight would support this and participate in this endeavor. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you. Ms. Jane Silverstone, if you would.
Hi, Jane Silverstone, 620 El Paraíso Northwest. Mayor, trustees, I would just like to bring to your attention a situation around Taft Middle School that you may not be aware of, which is that they have changed their rules for parent pickup of kids. And every single day, starting before 4 o'clock, school gets out at 4:15, there are dozens and dozens of cars of parents waiting to pick up children and they have been directed to line up on Guadalupe Trail between Chote and Chavez. And sometimes they're backed up so far that cars coming west on Chavez can't turn onto Guadalupe Trail. And this obviously is really hazardous for traffic and for pedestrians. But the other issue is that every single driver leaves their car running, and they're there for about half an hour at a time. And I've gone and knocked on car windows and tried to ask people to turn off their engines, and they look at me like I'm crazy. And one of our village goals in the master plan is to preserve clean air in the village. And I would just like to ask if the village administration could meet with people at Taft and try to come up with a better traffic situation. The parents I've talked to said that Taft has told them that it's too dangerous for cars to use their parking lot. And so they've been directed to line up on Guadalupe Trail. And at the very least, if we can't change the traffic arrangement, could we get signs put up asking people to turn off their engines while they're sitting and waiting? And maybe even encourage kids to ride bicycles instead of waiting for their parents to pick them up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Loretta Smith, if you would please approach the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, trustees. My name is Loretta Chavez Smith. I live at 536 Chavez Road, Northwest, here in the village. Well, I come because campaign promises are already broken. We have no more transparency. We have no more openness. It's back to closed doors. One administration was in a closed door. Another administration comes in, and it's back in a closed door. Number two, Chavez Trail. It's really funny that we have yet to see from Guadalupe Trail on Chavez east to 4th Street. No plans, nobody's talked to us, what our feelings are, or anything. Gee whiz, isn't that nice? Then we're going to have a brand new trail on Chavez Road, and we still don't know what it looks like or what's going to go on Chavez Road. Nice. Transparency, openness again. Number three, safety on our roads. Now we want to go down to 25 on 4th Street all the way down. We can't even protect our kids on ranchitos. Who is going to protect the people on 4th Street? What law enforcement are going to be monitoring 25 miles an hour when we can't even take care of our kids on ranchitos at 15 miles an hour? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Drew Tagliapietra.
Hi, Drew Tagliapietra, 312 Nuevo Hacienda Lane, Northwest. Mayor Craig, trustees, and neighbors. I have concerns about Vara Winery's fermentation, aging, and bottling location. The 2035 master plan states in 9.2.12C-1 retail commercial space that commercial activities including office, service, institutional, specific retail uses, and light manufacturing uses along 4th as identified and limited below. This includes a 4th Street corridor developed as commercial, agricultural, residential, mixed use, mixed parcels of diverse uses. Within 9.2.12 in M, it is outdoor storage regulations. If outdoor storage is allowed in conjunction with a permitted use in the section, 1, stored materials shall be fenced and screened. 2, stored materials shall be safely contained. 3, stored materials and inoperable vehicles shall be appropriately buffered from the public view. None of these criteria are being met. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you.
Nancy Nangeroni.
Hi, thank you. Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. I like the idea of an 18-mile-an-hour speed limit on Chavez. That seems like a good idea. They have one on Silver. But what I want to talk about is the Chavez project. And my concern is that the process being followed with the Chavez project is the same process that we've followed with other projects. And it's not a good process. As a design engineer, I know that most designs start with a concept. We want to do this. We want to put a trail down one side of Chavez, or we want to narrow Chavez and put trails on both sides or whatever. But we're not hearing anything like that. There is no concept of what is being proposed for Chavez. There's only saying we're going to do it. And we're going to move as quickly as these things usually go now. So I live just a little ways from Tyler, which was repaved, a year ago? And the repaving included this crushed rock on either side that basically made it impossible for pedestrians to walk there or for animals to walk there. If you want to walk down Tyler, you kind of have to walk in the street. So, and we've heard about this before. My concern is that, there are going to be things that come and bite us about this trail project. Now, I think trails are great. We need more trails. But we need a system of trails. Going at it in kind of a Band-Aid way. I appreciate that the village is responsive to villagers' concerns about safety on Chavez. Definitely an issue. And I know that I don't feel safe riding my bike on Chavez, and I would like to. So there's definitely a need there. But what I would like to see is some discussion of concepts, of ways that could be mitigated, and that should be a starting point, not the end point that we get presented with in the 11th hour at the 90% completion point in the project, which is what has happened on too many other projects. So I'm afraid, I went to the webpage for the Chavez Road project and I looked at it, and it was not enlightening. It showed some pictures of the existing stuff, but it didn't say anything about what is being proposed. What is it going to look like? We should be starting with some sketches of a proposed solution, maybe multiple proposed solution. But the way that we're going at it right now, we're going to get too deep with contractors, and we're going to get railroaded into a solution that we're not going to like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you. Ms. Gordine McKenzie.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. To kind of go off of that, I've had some neighbors that don't feel comfortable getting up and talking, but have texted to me, who are right in the fray of where some of the trails will go. And I asked if I could share some of their observations. One thing that we don't hear about oftentimes is the impact it has on residents. From some residents' viewpoints, I think it sounds good for them, but for other residents who will be impacted differently, it is not good. This is a resident who lives by Tinnen Square and said, "What's wrong with going down the Rio Grande ditch? It already has a bike trail. It goes right by the same ditch. I'm going to pull the police reports from car wrecks at the intersection of Tinnen and Chavez. People flying out of Tianan Farms have knocked down my fence 3 times, destroyed 2 of my cars on the way out of Tianan. There have been multiple DWIs from people driving west on Chavez and blowing into the ditch. That's what happened to the original wood fencing between Chavez that the village never fixed. I don't really want to see their busy little path on 2 sides of my house. Plus, my bet is that people will still blow through the stop sign at Tianan, but this time they will kill horses and bicyclists. I feel the feds would pull the funding back if they saw the accident reports for that corner. The people in Tianan say it is the most dangerous intersection in the village. She is also talking about safety and says adding horses and bikes to the impact area of various vehicles will add dead people and dead horses. No amount of cute trail work will stop speeding teenagers. After a few horses and bicycles get blown down, protection and accessibility requirements will not be met as people stay off that trail in droves. In fact, now many of us are referring to it as the dangerous trail, and many of those residents who are going to be directly affected are very angry. So I just wanted to share the observations of some people who are going to be negatively impacted by the trail. And thank you, Mayor, and thank you, trustees, for listening and for the good work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gordine.
Mayor and trustees, with that, that concludes all those who have signed up for public comment tonight.
Thank you all. We're going to have a presentation, item number 6, Los Ranchos Elementary School, Craig Robinson, Principal, and Cindy Smith, Community School Coordinator. Please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record. Oh.
I have the public comment sign-up sheet right here, and I called all the individuals. My apologies.
Let's.
That's the sign-in sheet to indicate that your presence for tonight's meeting.
Could we go ahead and hear from them?
Sure.
Yes.
Grace Porras? Irma Porras? Mel Eves, you spoke. Lorraine Torville? Teresa Rael, you spoke. Margie Reedy? Chris Reedy? Linda Benavides? Cindy Smith, we've got you. David Millman? Marcia Adams? Robert Calvani?
Oh.
No problem.
And I'm sorry we signed up on the wrong page, but I'm Bob Calvani. I live at 1017 El Alhambra in the village, and I'm here opposed to the sidewalk on Chavez Road. And it sounds sidewalk, it is a walk next to the side. It doesn't sound as warm and fuzzy as trail. But I always wondered, why are we doing it? Were there a lot of people that just said, we really need a walkway from Guadalupe Trail to Rio Grande Boulevard? And where's it going? I mean, that's where it's going. I think we need to keep Los Ranchos a little rural. I mean, we don't have walkways along Rio Grande Boulevard. Everybody talks about safety on Chavez, and everybody's for that. But I think you can deal with the safety without encouraging pedestrian traffic. You've heard, as elected officials, NIMBY. Well, it is in my backyard, and people right now climb my fence and throw stuff over my fence. And so encouraging that pedestrian traffic is just going to lead to that a little more. I just think that we could use our money a little better and a little more efficiency doing another project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you. Mary Calvani?
I'm Mary Calvani. I live at 1017 Alhambra Circle. And this is a new administration, 2 new people on the Board of Trustees and a new mayor. Why are we following the exact same path as the old administration? The project manager for the multi-use path is the very same person who was in charge before the election. The very same people are administering the village who brought us the apartment house at the corner of Osuna and 4th that would be appropriate in New York City. Did they also purposely keep all this below the radar in the last administration? Of course, they are pushing the same agenda. I'd like to see the speed limit on Chavez lowered to 15, whatever, paint the stripes thicker, et cetera, but under no circumstances make the north side wider than it is now. That would make it so easy for them to sneak in the multi-use path that they have been pushing all along. Leave it the way it is, repaint the lines, see if the traffic gets better. And why do anything? Why don't we wait till we have 200 new families living at Osuna and 4th? What will the traffic be like then? Let's wait and see. Let's not make these decisions before we have any idea what the impact of 200 or perhaps 400 cars will make in our tiny neighborhood. Finally, just because the money has been given by the government doesn't mean we have to take it. That was part of the excuse to make subsidized housing at Osuna and 4th part of our rural environment in Los Ranchos. Don't let bigger government dictate changes in our village. You are representatives of the people of the village, not just the people that are able to come to a 6 p.m. meeting on a Tuesday night. Listen to our voices. What the last election was saying, change the course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Who else signed in on the incorrect sheet? Why don't you come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. Talking about changes on Chavez, that is our historical route. It's just like what happened down Central, the art project, you know, I know it doesn't matter talking about traditions and cultures and historic roads or trails, but this is our village, and I grew up here, so I do care. And also, with all the development and so-called improvements in housing, what is our taxes going to be? You know, when the moratorium is lifted, and it will be lifted on the corner of Chavez and Guadalupe Trail, when it was already approved to be subdivided, so and they're $500,000 acres. So what is, you're not gonna convince me that people are not gonna build $1 million homes there. So what is that going to do to our already increased taxes? They increased the taxes when when we were supposedly to buy open space behind where the strip mall is and where that palindrome project is. We paid for that with increased taxes. So what is that going to be like? You know, it's not our land anymore. We pay for the taxes. You know, we pay for salaries. We pay for an administration to work for us. And hopefully it's going to be working for all of you as well. But I'm concerned, and we can, hopefully we're not talking to deaf ears here. You know, we elect the Board of Trustees, we elect a mayor, we elect an administration, and hopefully that's gonna work in our behalf. Thank you.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you. Was there any other individuals who incorrectly signed up? Okay, with that, Mayor and trustees, we can go ahead and move to item 6A.
Okay. Thank you. Presentations, Los Ranchos Elementary School, Craig Robinson, again, sorry. We got a little confused there. Principal, Craig Robinson, Principal, and Cindy Smith, Community School Coordinator. Please come up to the podium and state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Smith, 7609 4th Street, Los Ranchos. Village Board of Trustees, good evening. Good evening, everyone in the audience. We've been busy since returning to school from the holidays. With support from Dominic Tamba, our Genius Hour Tuesdays are filled with visits from some of the farm animals from the Nature Center, working with plants in our school's greenhouse, and learning more about the important role of agriculture in our community and around the world. Sandia National Lab hosted a family math night on February 21st. Explora followed on March 7th with some awesome hands-on science activities. Mrs. Sierra has hosted 2 morning cafecitos with a counselor to answer general questions and to provide additional family resource information. In collaboration with Alameda Elementary and the Girl Scouts of the New Mexico Trails, a fun night of Loteria, or bingo, was held at the Raymond G. Community Center on March 13th. 2 teachers from Alameda are also interested in becoming troop leaders. Once they finish their orientation, we will launch a combined Alameda Los Ranchos Girl Scout troop. I've been talking about that for a little over a year now. We're very excited. On the afternoon of April 10th, we will be launching our One Book, One School project with our families and a special visit from Orbit, the Albuquerque Isotopes mascot. Later that evening, our families will show up with their PJs and blankets for a fun family reading night. As the school year is winding down, we want to continue to encourage daily attendance with a "Don't Not Be Late for School" event by welcoming our families in the morning drop-off line with coffee and donuts on April 15th. We are also getting closer to the launch of our community school garden later this spring, and we look forward to seeing all of you at the groundbreaking once the date has been set. Our families and community members will be welcome to create their own garden plots and maintain them with the help of several of our community partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Craig Robinson. I'm the principal of Los Ranchos Elementary School, 7609 4th Street Northwest. And I'd like to just say thank you very much to the village and Dominic for supporting our students with the Genius Hour activities. I think it's really been great for the students to get their hands on animals and plants and really get involved with that through our Genius Hour activities that we're having at our school. I also, and on the side that Los Ranchos is going to continue to have Genius Hour activities next year. It was a 2-year program. Los Ranchos is going to move forward with that activity, and that means that every student at Los Ranchos gets to have an activity of choice after school, well, basically for the last hour of school. And we find that has really great benefits for our students who get to have access to choice activities. And they're not just strictly English, math, science, social studies, and bilingual courses. We give more opportunities that way. Kids get more opportunities, and every kid gets that opportunity. We have students regularly telling us, no, Mom, come back. I don't want to go home yet. I want to stay in my Genius Hour. And to us, that's a great success to have kids wanting to be in school and having that attitude that being in school is something awesome and great. So we're going to continue with that. It's going to be a good thing, and it's going to be a good thing for at least next year. And I will tell you, APS is very interested in having that continue with as many schools as possible. Next year, there'll be 22 schools out of the schools that are doing it. And so not every elementary school in Albuquerque Public Schools does the Genius Hour activity. We're one of those 22 schools giving that extra for our students. I'd like to say thank you for the support of the village for getting some signage about parking on Los Ranchos Road. And then also, I don't know if the village had some input into it, but we did have a sheriff's cruiser that was there the other day, and it parked near that sign, and it really helped have folks not park on that on the north side of Los Ranchos Road when we have our dismissal. If we can get that a little bit more, I think we'll build a habit of families joining our line to get into line. I do encourage families and tell them, you know, hey, look, if you're tired of waiting in line, just wait, pick up your kid 10 minutes after our dismissal, 15 minutes after our dismissal, you'll come in, you'll be able to pick up your kid and you'll be gone. Because our dismissal, once we ring the bell, is from 3:35 to 3:50, and every car is gone. And I know that because I'm out there and I walk in with the kids that haven't been picked up yet. And usually by 4 o'clock, all of our kids are gone, whether or not they've been picked up or not. So I always try to encourage our families to come a little bit later. You'll spend less time in line. And I think that's one way that I can help families understand that there's a solution that doesn't involve them waiting on Los Ranchos Road, which I know is also a bone of contention. At this time, I'd like to invite you, if you have specific things that you would like me to talk about in future meetings, please let me know. I'd love to report more about our school and our data, but I'd like to hear what you're interested in talking to instead of, because I can stand up here and talk for a while. But I don't need to do that unless I'm meeting your need as a village to understand what's going on in Los Ranchos, and I'm happy to discuss maybe a topic every time that I come. I can talk about ELA one time, math the next, or bring my experts to show off some of our expertise at Los Ranchos. With that, I'm open to any questions if you have them, and thank you very much for your support of Los Ranchos Elementary School.
Good, Craig, thank you very much. But, look, I like your first name, by the way, Joe Craig.
Yeah, it's a great name.
Sorry. Are most of your traffic coming in from the east side onto Ranchos Road and then turning around?
Yeah, so they come down Los Ranchos Road. They usually come from the east. They go through the intersection, the stoplight there. They come down, they go to Guadalupe Trail, they make the little U-turn there, and then they park near the casitas that are there, right? And that's sometimes an issue because if that line goes all the way back to almost Guadalupe Trail, a sad note for Los Ranchos is we're declining in population. Our student population has not gone up, it's going down. And so there's less cars parking there because we have less students. A true fact for Los Ranchos is about 90% of our students get picked up and dropped off from school either by two means. They either get parents to drop them off or they go to an after-school program. I probably over-answered that question.
Yeah. My wife taught at Los Ranchos, so I went to Los Ranchos.
Nice place to go, and nice place to teach.
Yes, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you for opening the school up to the community with the donuts, and I hope you continue to do that.
Well, it's interesting you said that because we are in the middle of getting a community schools grant. We're in basically, it's year 3 with Cindy, but we're in a process with the state to get funding for our community school to get fully funded. That would be a really great thing. We're committing dollars to having Ms. Smith be our community school coordinator to get that integration into the community. I think it's important to have an open school that's open to the community. I know some of the things that you might not know it, but you've probably seen it. We fenced off the school a lot more. The school is not an open campus at all anymore, which is great for safety. But we also want to be welcoming to our community to bring them in and say, hey, look, we're here to help meet what needs that you have, and determining what those needs are and finding those places where we can support families better is a part of what Smith is doing, and why I'm really interested in having that project and that process continue at Los Ranchos.
APS has done that for a lot of their schools. And they continue to, and they continue to become these bastions that are separated from the community, and anything you can do to help make it part of the community, I think, is a really positive thing.
And the flip side of that is Los Ranchos, or not Los Ranchos, the APS and New Mexico schools are also known nationwide for being community schools that have started a big community school process. We're actually looked as a leader in the nation for schools that have community schools. So we have lots of, Ms. Smith is a great asset, and many of the other community school coordinators are great assets for us to build our program. We're excited for that to continue. We like working with Alameda Elementary School, and we partner quite a bit to try and use the assets that are in the community and also make sure our families are welcome.
Question. Most schools have a pickup and drop-off designated area. Is there funds that APS or even our village could, fund such a thing? Because that's a dangerous area to have to turn around and pick up students in an area that's safe.
So right now, Los Ranchos Elementary School right here has this pickup and drop-off area that's right here on this map. It's not on the road. It's a separate pull-in area. The students are safe when we're getting them into cars when that area is being used properly. The problem is some families just choose, despite numerous warnings from me, they choose to park on the other side of, north side of Los Ranchos Road. They get out of their car, they walk across. We're not denying students the ability, or denying families access to their children. We're not, hey, you can't have your kid. That's gonna be bad. So we let them have their kid, but they walk their kid across the road. That is dangerous, and we don't like it. And that's why the support of the village for the no parking signs, and then the support of the sheriff's department is, I think, gonna, all three of us working together can curb that from happening.
Jen, Camille,
yeah, I'm sorry.
Let's go ahead and let the trustees address this. Thank you.
I have a question. Is there a transition plan, or is there support into the feeding middle schools from the elementary to be able to continue these types of programs?
So every school that wants to be a community school has to do that kind of individually. So I can't say whether Taft or Taylor, where they are in their community school process. Taylor has a community, has different partnerships. And I would say, so this is an interesting thing about Los Ranchos and many of the schools in the village. We are already doing many of the community school things that community schools call themselves community schools. So just because you have the title of community school doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that other schools aren't doing those same things. We were doing many of those things already. We're just trying to add more. So I don't know if that answered your question. I really think those questions are for those specific schools about where they are on their journey about community schools and what services they offer to their communities.
One quick one. Yes. Is there any effort to get music into Los Ranchos?
Man, we have music for every student for 45 minutes a week. So we already have, so more music than that, like after school music programs or something like that would be something, so we did have a great librarian, Miss Barber, who had a lot of guitar classes that she would do after school. So sometimes when people retire, you lose some things that happen. And Miss Barber retired successfully, and she's living a great life in Texas. And she took her, it's not that she wanted that program to stop, but, you know, it takes somebody going, I'm going to do an after-school program that's related to guitar or any other kind of music. So we do have music, it's just not an after-school process right now. And that's something that, you know, if that was a real need or want from the students, then we would probably, you know, try to partner. Cindy could help us out with that and maybe get some more, you know, that's part of identifying what our community wants. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board of Trustees. I appreciate your support for Los Ranchos Elementary School.
Bernalillo County Fire Department?
Mayor and trustees, I just got word from Chief that he's going to be unable to make it tonight.
Okay.
He is tied up at another meeting, and we will reschedule him for the April BOT.
Okay, thank you. Village of Los Ranchos Financial Audit, Armijo Accounting Group, LLC.
Good evening, Mayor,
Please
trustees.
state your name and
My name is Scott Eliason. I'm a partner with Jaramillo Accounting Group, and I'm here tonight to go over the results of the audit. And when I drove up and walked in the door, I thought, oh my gosh, all these people are here for the audit?
Yes, yes.
And then I realized that you had an active citizenry, and which I think the village is blessed to have an active group of citizens. So anyways, the audit itself, I'm just going to talk a few things about the audit. The state audit rule requires that after the audit is released, that the auditor go through the results of the audit. And so the audit itself is for the year ended 6/30/23. And so it not only has a balance sheets and income statements in here, and the income statement, of course, is for the 12 months ended June 30th, 2023. The audit report was submitted by the due date of December 15th, and was recently released by the state auditor. So once the report goes to the state auditor, then the state auditor has a group of people that do desk reviews on all probably 1,000 audits that come to the state auditor's office, and ultimately releases those audits. And so the audit itself, we started it in the summer. We did test of controls and various compliance tests as required by the state audit rule. Things like looking at procurement and travel and per diem and pension and various other things as it relates to compliance with the requirements of state statutes. And then once the books are closed out, we come in the fall and do the account balance testing. And I'm happy to say that the account balance testing went very well, which ultimately results in of course, the financial statements that you should have received a copy of. The financial statements themselves, as part of the audit contract, we as the auditors also assist in the preparation of the financial statements. So we work with Tammy, who's the primary accountant on staff, to prepare the various schedules and information. We take that information, compile it, and put it in this report that you see. But again, all the numbers are from the village. And as part of the audit, also required to communicate here that we did not have any audit adjustments. The audit process itself went very, very well. As far as the accounting standards being applied by the village, those standards are typical, which you see for a village of this size, nothing unusual. There was one new accounting standard that was required to be adopted this last year, and that standard, there was no impact to the financial statements. So I would have to say that the audit process went well. Ultimately, the village has an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. You'll see the audit opinion at the front. And then towards the back, there is a report under generally accepted government auditing standards, which the state auditor required that all the audits in the state follow those audit standards. And if there were any findings, they would be reported in the financial statements. There were no findings this last year or in the previous year. So it's been a couple of years since there has been any findings. I think that, looking at the record keeping, it is of good quality. So that really covers what we're required to discuss. Happy to answer any questions that you might have as it relates to the audit report itself. I also know that Will is here tonight, and Will, as the treasurer, is also involved as part of the accounting processes and oversight for some of the work that Tammy does. And I think that's excellent to have that extra segregation of duties to, oversee the processes. So I can answer any questions that any of the trustees or mayor might have.
Yes. Yep. Trustee Benitez.
There's a lot to pour through here, so I may ask you a question and you say, oh, that's on page so-and-so, right? But just looking at village highlights, okay? Right now, I was looking at it while you were talking and listening to you at the same time. So in here, you say something about construction GRT has already provided extra income to the village this year. You mean the year of 2023?
2023, yes. And what you're reading there is management's discussion and analysis. So that section is prepared by management.
I see, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. I was going to ask if you could quantify how much, but perhaps you can't.
Well, I can, I think. If you take a look at, there's some schedules in here. Get my glasses on. So you can see, for example, on page 7, I think your question was on taxes, and you can see sort of the detail of 2023 compared to 2022. And you can see that there was a small increase in gross receipts tax, small increase in franchise taxes, small increase in property taxes, small increase in other taxes. So generally, tax revenue was on the upswing during fiscal year 23 compared to fiscal year 22. So there was a small, I wouldn't call it a large increase, but you can see 3%, 9% on the property taxes, and 24% on some various category of other taxes. But by and large, you can see that the big gross receipts tax up 3% from 22 versus 23.
Okay, not a huge amount so far, anyway. Thank you.
And is that with the reduced gross receipts tax that we currently have?
That would be with the tax rate that you're under
right.
During the year 22 and 23.
Right,
So,
we've talked that we have our gross receipts tax is lower than the tax itself.
The tax rate can go down, but if you
Right.
have certainly more collections on it, more sales, then yeah, it's going to go up.
Yes, well, that's what I mean, but the tax itself had gone down. Is that correct? Is that?
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor and trustees, I believe you were referring to the state's portion of what they contribute to the GRT. So it's broken down by Bernalillo County contributes, the state contributes, and then the municipal tax. So that combines to our total GRT. Okay. But for the last, I want to say 2 years, the state reduced their portion, I want to say beginning in 2023, July of 2023. I could be incorrect, and it may have been 2022, but that's when they started their portion of lowering their side.
That's correct.
No. Good. Any other questions? So, good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item 7, approval of the minutes of the February 20th, 2024 regular meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Is there
I have a change in the minutes,
Okay.
Mayor. On page 22,
Trustee Ranovich, can you cite your line, please?
oh, sure. Line 621 through line 623. And I'd like to change that to reflect better what happened when I left the meeting. So from the first sentence, I would like to replace with, and I can send you this, Danielle. Prior to the closed session being convened, Trustee Radnovich left the premises at 8:47 p.m. It says 8:20, and it was 8:47. At the direction of Village Attorney Bill Chappell, due to Mr. Chappell's concern about waiver of the attorney-client privilege based upon Trustee Radnovich's business relationship with Palindrome and its developer. So I can send you that, but Mr. Chappell and I went back and forth about the proper way to say that. And so I feel this is what needs to be said about when I left that part of the meeting, the closed meeting.
Trustee Ranovich, I think I noted that your departure at 8:20 since they went into closed session at 8:15. However, I'll go back and take a look at
maybe I'm wrong on
the
the time.
tape because you did leave shortly thereafter closed session commenced. So I will confirm the time just to make sure that these are correct.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
I didn't have any other changes, Mayor.
Okay. So that is your primary, is replacement of the time. Is that appropriate with our trustees? Any other modifications? Okay. Call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Renaud?
Yes.
This motion carries 4-0. We're moving the departmental reports. No, we're not moving the, okay. Departmental reports and departmental reports are included in the packet and reflect all the activities as listed. Trustees, if you have any specific questions regarding the reports, please contact staff during the regular business hours.
Mayor, my apologies for the interruption. However, I believe Trustee Kiefer's motion was to move the department reports and financial business to follow 9A and B public hearings.
Okay, that's what, I'm sorry, that's what I understood. Okay, then we'll move that on to 9A. So we are to
Public hearings, 10A.
Yes, we'll commence at 10A.
10A.
at 10A, public hearings. Public hearings, that is item 10, SDP 2305, a request by Chavez Guadalupe LLC for discussion and approval of a final site development plan as allowed in 9.2.27. The request is for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area. The property is located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest and is legally described as a tract of land situated within the Elena Gallegos Grant, projected section 29, township 11 north, range 3 east, New Mexico principal median within the middle MRGCD map number 29 being all of tracts 36A1, E2, 36A2, E2, 36A3, E2, 36A1F, 36A2F, 36-3F, 35A2A, and 62B2B, MRGCD map number 29. The property contains 9.2682 acres, more or less. Before we get started, I will ask each member of the governing body for full disclosure of real or potential conflicts of interest or any ex parte communication with related parties involved in this item of business since February 20th, 2024. Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer?
I have none.
Trustee Radnovich?
I have none.
Trustee Renaud?
I have none.
Okay. Mayor Craig? I don't know if we have any here. We've had a number of legal calls on this project. We have I do want to perhaps address that we did bring a new lawyer on to help with the personal legal request that the Rhodey firm made against myself and Trustee Jennifer Kiefer. We've found that there's no issue there in his opinion, so we'll move on. That is, I would not consider that a ex parte or any other problem, but let's move on.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just to clarify and to confirm, do I understand then that you as mayor and Trustee Kiefer as trustee have each decided, despite the request that was submitted, that each of you recuse yourself from consideration of this matter? You have declined to do so, is that correct?
I will speak for myself on this matter. I've spoken to I've gotten many legal consults. There is what I have said as a private individual changes when I took the role as trustee. I understand that I need to be fair, unbiased, and neutral in this case. I feel that I can be as such. I feel that I can be diplomatic, listen, and I'm not pre-decisional in this matter. And so I do not feel that I need, and I have not violated any of the requirements under the Governmental Conduct Act. And so for those reasons, I feel that I can be a participant in this discussion and a voting member.
Okay.
Thank you. And as mayor, I agree and would like to move on.
So do I understand then that you share Trustee Kiefer's comments?
Yes.
Okay.
All persons participating in meetings of the Board of Trustees are expected to conduct themselves in a courteous manner. Testimony is limited to this item of business. All those wishing to speak, please stand.
Would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, under penalty of law?
All right, we will then move on. Danielle?
Mayor, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Planning and Zoning Director Maida Rubin for her to present the application.
Thank you, Mayor. The request before you is for approval of a final site development plan for a residential development in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area located at 6535 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. The proposed development includes 16 residential lots, 3 tracts for vehicular access to the site, and 3 tracts comprising the conservation area, which include a community garden, open space, and a wildlife viewing area. The project received approval on November 9th, 2022 from the Board of Trustees under case PP 2201. This allowed the applicant to apply for a Conservation Development Standards permit, site development plan, and major subdivision. On November 8th, 2023, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the conservation permit, site development plan, and preliminary subdivision plat to the board. On December 13th, 2023, the Board of Trustees approved the conservation permit, the preliminary site development plan, and the preliminary subdivision plat for the project. It is not typical for the board to hear a preliminary site development plan, only a final site development plan. There was an error in the legal notices for SDP 2305, citing preliminary rather than final approval, and the board can only vote on what is noticed. Therefore, the vote was to approve the preliminary site development plan, and final board approval is still necessary for SDP 2305. On February 20th, this item was deferred to today. Staff recommends approval of SDP 2305 with the findings and conditions included in the planning report. And in addition, the condition of approval recommended for inclusion by the Planning Commission that reads as follows. Any dedication of open space must be perpetual, with adequate funding maintained for the perpetual operation and maintenance of such open space. Applicant is encouraged to consider legal alternatives to effectuate this condition, such that the village is afforded the opportunity to monitor, audit, and provide oversight over applicants' commitment to this regard, in this regard, including without limitation, funding commitments and covenants that run with the land. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Is now good time to ask questions, or do we need to make a motion first?
Mayor and trustees, we're going to allow the applicant to speak at this point, and then once he concludes, we'll open it up for governing body questions, and then we'll go into a motion, and then we can have further discussion as necessary.
Mr. John Salazar, could you please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record? You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is John Salazar, representing the applicant. I'm with the Rhodey Law Firm, P.O. Box 1888, Albuquerque 87103. So I guess the first question is, and you heard from the planning director, there are a lot of things in connection with this project that require approval. So where are we? The pilot project request for 16 residential lots on a 9.3 acre site with 2.45 acres of perpetual open space received final approval. So the project has been approved. But with the approval of the project, because of the way your ordinances work, you then have to apply for a conservation development standards permit, a site development plan, and a subdivision plat. The conservation development standards permit was approved by the Village Board of Trustees at its December 13, 2023 meeting. The subdivision plat received preliminary approval at the December 13, 2023 Board of Trustees meeting. And the site development plan received preliminary approval at the December 13, 2023 Board of Trustees meeting. So there will have to be a final plat approval and a final site development plan approval. The final plat approval will follow the approval of the final site development plan. And that is what is before you tonight, the final site development plan. We concur with the Planning and Zoning Department recommendation of approval of the final site development plan as presented. The findings indicate that all village requirements have been satisfied. And we can tell you the proposed conditions are acceptable. The planning director noted the addition of condition 7, which had been adopted by the trustees previously. And as to that which was now condition 6, would that be correct, planning director? That's now condition 6. What was condition 7? Because one of the prior conditions has already been satisfied. So it's now condition 6. Condition 6, the applicant, and that's the condition that's saying, listen, we want to make sure you're going to preserve this open space, and we want to make sure the villages can check it out to make sure you do approve it. You do approve it, you maintain it, and you provide for its funding. So in that regard, the applicant has proposed a covenant, which would be a covenant that runs in perpetuity with the land, and a proposed agreement with the village to allow enforcement. It's in your package. And since then, the village attorney has further suggested by his thoughtful letter to me of March 13, 2024, specific areas in need of additional attention in the covenants. he suggested that we further address, among other things, each of the following areas. He suggested that we acknowledge that adoption of the covenants was required as a condition of approval of the project, and that the village has the right, but not the obligation, to enforce the covenants. That is acceptable. He also suggested we further define agricultural uses, conservation, and recreational uses. That is acceptable. He suggested we further discuss and provide for water rights. That is acceptable. He further provided that the entity responsible for maintenance with provisions for assessment, for fees, for preservation and maintenance of the open space be explicit. That's acceptable. He suggested that there be provisions for structures, if there are to be any, be made clear. That's acceptable. He suggested that if there's to be mortgages on the conservation area, the mortgage must be subordinate to the covenants. That is acceptable. He also suggested that we should provide that if the village has to enforce the covenants, that the attorney fees, if an attorney is engaged, would be recoverable by the village. That is acceptable. So we have essentially accepted all of the suggestions that your council has made as to additional thoughts on the covenants. We've already agreed to do covenants and an agreement, but we're fine with everything that your attorney has suggested. So the Planning and Zoning Department recommendation of approval that was given to you tonight is consistent with the August 8, 2023 Village Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of approval of the preliminary site development plan. And then, as we've discussed at the December 13, 2023 meeting, the preliminary site development was approved with the same conditions previously suggested by the Village Planning and Zoning Commission. So at this point, all of the conditions approved by the Board of Trustees are acceptable. The Planning Department has found at this point multiple times that the site development plan complies with all the village ordinances. So given the consistency of the final site development plan with the preliminary site development plan, with its conditions, we request approval of the final site plan, of the final site development plan as presented, given that it is consistent in all regards with a previously approved preliminary site development plan. Thank you. Are there any questions for me?
Mayor, if you choose to call up all the individuals who wanted to speak, and then we can hear from them and then call you back up, Mr. Salazar, once the trustees have questions for you, if that's okay with you.
That is absolutely acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and start up with the folks that signed in. Randy McKee. Oh, I'm sorry, Emily Cederhorn, I'm sorry.
So my name is Emily Cederholm. I live at 617 El Paraíso Road, Northwest, Los Ranchos. I feel like I'm in a really, really bad Groundhog Day movie, or a really bad version of it. Like, here we are over and over and over again. I keep saying the same things, but I feel like these developers just need to be stopped. I mean, it's everywhere. These horrible buildings that are growing up, they're grotesque what's being built. But what's even more sickening is that they can even be allowed to consider to build on this beautiful piece of land that serves an important service. It feeds the local livestock. It services the local wildlife. It feeds my soul. And I know I'm not the only one here that it does that for. And I can't stress enough how detrimental it is going to be in so many other ways. For example, traffic. That monstrosity that is going up at 4th and Asuna, that's not even open yet, and the traffic is awful. So I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like, and then to add 30 plus neighbors, or however many there's gonna be once these probably awful looking homes go in. And there are times of the day now when the backup at Alameda or Paseo del Norte is just so horrible that my fear is that it's gonna take me an hour to get home. Right now it's 30 minutes, and I think I'm just gonna be stuck. Osuna is gonna be a parking lot. So if this allows to happen, not only is my heart gonna be broken, along with, I know, many others, it's gonna take me forever to get home. So I just hope that you vote no on this final project.
Randy McKee?
Randy McKee, 749 Chavez Road Northwest, Los Ranchos. Esteemed trustees, honorable mayor. Today we find ourselves at a pivotal time, all of us positioning towards what lies ahead. The conservation development standards permit as it stands in our ordinances has evidently not resonated with the core values and aspirations of our community. This upset was clearly voiced through the recent shift in our village's governing board. You all are here with us tonight because of that, signaling a collective desire for change, a change that held true to the semi-rural essence and ethos of our village. This is who we are. In light of this, I stand before you to propose a thoughtful pause on the development project. It is imperative that we take a step back to thoroughly understand and understand the full impact of the high-density development in the heart of our community. This pause can give the village the opportunity to negotiate a different outcome than we face today. This could even include the possibility of Jim Long being paid for his current investment in the development and the purchase of the Altman land from him for open space. I recall the idea last year that this space could be turned over to the Audubon Society as a bird and wildlife sanctuary similar to the Randall Davey Audubon Sanctuary in Santa Fe. What a gift this would be to our village. What a gift this would be to our village. I would even oppose having it called the Jim Long Audubon Sanctuary of Los Ranchos. This will be challenging, so how do we move forward? The path ahead calls for a collaborative and transparent effort involving everyone in this village. We must engage in open and honest discussions. We must understand who actually started this development process within the village. And if it was Jim Long himself, we would like.
The speaker's time has expired.
We just had a minor little accident, so go ahead and finish, Randy.
There will certainly be costs that we should face with this conviction, and this is an investment in our village's future. It is through this inclusive dialogue that we can build a consensus on the future for this development in our village. I would like to ask one question. How was Jim Long involved in the writing of this code and variance? We, the villagers, need to know and understand this, and we don't know. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda McKee. And I would like to remind you, it's all 2 minutes, so.
Linda McKee, 749 Chavez Road Northwest, Los Ranchos. I'm here today to voice my very strong opposition to the proposed Guadalupe Chavez high-density subdivision. I am deeply concerned about the preservation of the open spaces, wildlife habitats, and the very character of our village. First, I absolutely object to the applicant and his attorney trying to wipe out my vote. How dare you? How dare you? We are already witnessing the adverse effects of the unsightly palindrome project and the new commercial complex at Chavez and 4th Street. Traffic, noise, safety, and parking issues are escalating, impacting our quality of life and straining our infrastructure, introducing yet another high-density, major subdivision will magnify these challenges, undermining the village's style, scale, and character before any mitigating actions can be taken. The open space at the corner of Guadalupe and Chavez is cherished for many reasons. It is an essential habitat for wildlife and a green space for our village. Replacing this green space with yet another high-density housing project concentrated in a small area will erode our village's character, impacting our quality of life and connection to nature. It is my understanding the applicant has failed to meet the legal and procedural requirements, specifically requiring the conservation easement under Ordinance 9227J. The notice of decision clearly outlines conditions not met, conditions critical for ensuring the development harmonizes with our community's needs and values. Without evidence of compliance with all stipulated conditions, proceeding with the site development plan is both premature and irresponsible. My opposition is not about resisting change, it's about safeguarding our health, safety, and welfare of our residents. I urge the board to consider our request not to vote no on the final approval.
The speaker's time has expired.
Vote no on the approval of the final site development plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Stern. Ann Stern. Oh, she left. Thank you. Rosalie Polly. Address.
Rosalie Pauley, 1007 Acequia Trail Northwest. 23 years ago, my husband and I moved to New Mexico for my job. We chose to move to Los Ranchos for the rural lifestyle, the wildlife, the history, and the wonderful people that we have met here. Our neighbors have become our friends, and our neighborhood is a family. We are, as a neighborhood, we are united in our dread of the adverse effect the palindrome project will have on our community, and we are passionately opposed to the Guadalupe Chavez project. Traffic on Chavez right now is already increased to a dangerous level. We don't need to make it worse. Our beautiful green open spaces are slowly being chipped away, becoming fewer and fewer, and new homes are taking their places. Where we used to see cranes, there's now houses. I don't want to see that anymore. I want the rural lifestyle that we moved all the way from Oregon to enjoy here. So I respectfully ask that the Board of Trustees vote no on the approval of the final site development plan. Thank you.
And Stevenson. Sorry, Ann Stevenson. Okay, let's move on. Mel Eves.
Mr. Mayor, trustees, Mel Eves, 721 Chavez Road, Northwest. As I reviewed the meeting packet, I was very interested to note that at page 125, the planning report done by Meta listed a section entitled Relevant Code Language. She selectively quoted from code sections to support her recommendation that this application be approved. She completely failed and ignored to use those code sections that I'm now going to cite to you. 9.2.1C, purpose and intent. Let me read that to you. And I may take a little more than 2 minutes, but this is language I have to read so you'll know what I'm talking about. Purpose and intent. It is the purpose of this article to require development and redevelopment of land in the village in a manner that retains and enhances the economic, historical, architectural, educational, civic, social, cultural, and aesthetic values and the overall quality of life within the community. The intent is to implement the goals and objectives of the adopted master plan. Standards. The purposes listed in paragraph C, which I just read, along with goals and policies of the master plan in effect at the time. And at the time now, we have before you a consideration of a major subdivision, and you have to consider this by also including consideration.
The speaker's time has expired.
What do you want me to do?
2 minutes.
I mean, there's no way to make an effective argument here without having more than 2 minutes. 30 seconds. If you want to cut me off, that's fine, but
What do you want to do?
Give them extra 30 seconds.
Okay, you. Go ahead.
and give the other
Good.
time equal time, the other side equal time.
Okay.
Be fair, let other people have that also.
Yes, he's going to.
I was reading the 9.2.1, the standards that were ignored by the planning director. And I might add that in the submissions made by the applicant, these issues have not been discussed either. The purposes listed in paragraph C, along with the goals and policies of the master plan in effect at the time. And right there, please remember, back in November of 2022, when this first came in front of the trustees, there was no monstrosity that had been constructed, and knowledge of that monstrosity hadn't even been noticed to the village at that time. And the Peterson property, there was nothing there either. Those things have changed circumstances very substantially for the people who live out here. And it goes on to say under standards, and the applicable criteria for specific land uses shall be the standards that the board or commission will apply when making zoning determinations in accordance with the public health, safety, and general welfare. These regulations are intended to protect the unique character of the village by, and then it lists various aspects of how that is to be done. She also, and the applicant also, failed to mention as a relevant consideration 9.2.27 Conservation Development Standards Permit. Purpose and intent. The purpose of this section is to encourage residential development that provides an alternative means to preserve village character with particular emphasis on agricultural land and open space in conformance with the master plan. It is the intent of this section to allow a density bonus while maintaining village style, scale, and character.
Mel, we've gone almost
sorry.
2.5 minutes, so on top of your 2 minutes, so
Okay.
thank you.
I'm going to close by saying, because of this omission, you should either refuse to vote on this tonight, or you should deny the application.
Thank you. Marcia Adams.
Marcia Adams, 1008 Acequia Trail. Mayor, trustees, I'm going to ask for more time because tonight I'm speaking as a resident, but also as the president of Friends of Los Ranchos, many of whom are here tonight. May I have 5 to 6 minutes, please? Well, yeah,
Same as Mel.
okay. Okay.
4 minutes.
Okay, so I and many of you here tonight have chosen to make your home in Los Ranchos because of the rural agricultural nature. We moved here because of the large open spaces and the tranquility, wildlife that open space provides. We knew that the village zoning was A1 in most parts, meaning 1 home per acre, as you all know. We built and continue to build homes that fit that model. We, the Friends of Los Ranchos, are asking the Board of Trustees to vote no on the approval of this final site development plan. As has been said before, in November of 2022, over a year and a half ago, with a different mayor and different trustees, the village voted 3-0 to approve the Guadalupe Chavez pilot project proposal. There was not a lot of public notice, as only residents within a 30-foot radius were informed of the project. Since that time, public input has been loud and clear. We do not want this project built. At that time, a traffic study was also done showing that the development would not have a significant impact on traffic on Chavez Road. Please remember, this was a time just after COVID. Since that time, the Palindrome project, the Peterson development, and the 4th Street, or the Chavez Trail redesign are now in the planning stages. Please explain how building 16 more homes, each with 2 cars, will not have a serious and widespread negative effect on surrounding neighborhoods, as we've heard, by traffic congestion, noise, safety, and parking. These negative impacts are already burdening the village. The proposed density does not preserve and maintain the village style, scale, and character, particularly the Guadalupe Trail character area and the historic character of the area with the existing Nat Kaplan structures. Chavez Road has become a busy and dangerous arterial used by commuters to the west side. We also argue that this project violates many of the 2035 Village Master Plan goals, contrary to the Planning and Zoning Director's report, such as reflecting and preserving a semi-rural village identity, open spaces, vistas, the canopy, and the ditches, preservation of historic or archaeological significant features, protecting and enhancing the village's natural environment to sustain it for us and future residents. The applicant has not met all of the requirements of Ordinance 9.2.27J regarding perpetual ownership and maintenance of the conservation easement. Mr. Salazar tonight said that the conditions are acceptable, but we don't have that in writing. At this point, I would like to ask all of the residents of Los Ranchos who oppose this project to please stand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Thanks,
speaker's
Marcia,
time has
that's-
expired.
We are finished allowing more urbanization of the village. We need to draw the line now before it is too late. We should not wait to see if this pilot project has negative effects after the fact. The village should also consider repealing the pilot
The
conservation
speaker's time has
project.
expired.
We, the Friends of Los Ranchos, are asking the Board of Trustees to vote no on the approval of the final site development plan.
Would you like to take a break?
Oh,
Are
it's
we-
up to you, it's up to
Do
you.
we want to take a break or?
It's
move
up to,
on?
it's up to you.
Okay, no, I'm fine. Yes, you
Okay.
can take a break, yes. Let's go ahead and take a break here. How long? 3 minutes? 5 minutes? 5-minute break, yes.
The time is 7:39.
Probably want to hit the gavel so you can start on the
Thank you. 5 minutes is up. We're starting now at 14 till 8. Thank you, Josh, for getting the air conditioner going, or it was getting a little warm in here, so. Let's move on forward. The time is limited to 2 minutes. Speaker JT Mickelson.
JT Michelson, 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard, resident of the village for 57 years. Mayor, trustees, I'm here to support this project tonight. It's been approved in the same condition that it's being presented tonight by the Planning and Zoning Commission on 2 different occasions. It meets all the requirements of the ordinances, the Conservation Pilot Project, and will be a significant addition to the village. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kiko, we're keeping this to 2 minutes. Okay. Tom Donlin?
He is delayed by a meeting, and if we finish, he would like to attend or present if
Okay.
this is the last one.
Okay. Thank you. Linda McKee, you've already spoken, yes. Marcia Smiley?
Okay, I practiced for 3 minutes, so I'm going to go over. Marcia Smiley, 623 El Paraiso Road, Northwest. El Paraiso Road, Northwest. I have lived at my property for 44 years. My property is 40 feet from your property line. Jim Long, you are the founder and CEO of Heritage Hotels and Resorts and owner of the 2 tallest buildings in Albuquerque. Along with your hotels and resorts, it would take you over 3 years to sleep in each one of your 1,200 hotel rooms. Why would you want to go ahead with this planned subdivision when you see all of this opposition here? You always bring your lawyer, your architect, and your builder. I am here tonight with my partners who are passionate protesters, and petition signers, trying to protect and reserve the heritage of the village of Los Ranchos and be better stewards for the land for the future generations, and to protect the environment, sustainability of life, and all creatures, great and small. The plan for development is flawed. The traffic report was when we were all sheltering in place. Palindrome was just a dream. Had not broken ground, and neither had the Peterson mini mall. Residents and neighbors filled this village hall 3 weeks ago, concerned over the ever-increasing traffic and safety of our neighborhoods and roads. This project will aggravate and add to those negative impacts. Before Los Prados de Guadalupe was built, it was a 12.25 acre mobile home park from 1950 with homes to 50 residents. The developer
The speaker's time has expired.
I warned you. The developer made compromises to appease the residents and the adjacent neighbors, including a 500-foot setback along Guadalupe Trail and leaving 5.6 acres open space. There is one road in and out. It did not have any historical buildings, it was not irrigated, it was not agricultural, and it was not
The speaker's time has expired.
And it was not on a busy intersection of 2 major streets in the village. Guadalupe Chavez has all of that. It has 5 historic buildings. It has always been agricultural and irrigated since late 50s. The open space allotment is along the busy side of Chavez. And there is no setback along the historical Guadalupe corridor south on the westbound
The speaker's time has expired.
driveway.
Nancy, could you please?
The bottom line, please read the bottom line, trustees, to ordinance 9.1.3 to recognize and preserve the village history, cultural, and importance within the Rio Grande Valley. The bottom line of ordinance 9.2.1, paragraph C, the overall quality of life within the community. And the ordinance 9.2.1, paragraph D, the standards. These regulations are intended to protect the
speaker's
unique
time has expired.
character of the village. Please, Board of Trustees, this is too critical and damaging to our village, to the residents, to the wildlife, and our heritage. Please deny this request for final site development plan. I like Randy McKee's idea of having it donated to the Alberton.
We're 2 minutes
Thank you.
over. Thank you. Thank you. Nancy Nageroni. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
What, I gotta stay at 2 minutes? Anyway, hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. I'll try to talk fast. The original approval for this project was a mistake. Planning and Zoning Director Tiffany recommended a no vote. We were told, don't worry about it. There'll be plenty of opportunity to stop it. There's plenty more approvals they're gonna need. The Board of Trustees, in their wisdom, voted yes for the project, and here we are. I'd like to read you a couple of things from our first in ordinance 9.1.6. Any subdivision or replat proposal which does not conform with goals, policies, or other provisions of the master plan or other officially adopted land use plans shall not be approved. The master plan, section 1, overall village goals reflect and preserve a semi-rural village identity and character with agriculture, village history in the natural environment, open space, vistas, the canopy, and its ditches. At its core, through relatively low density and diversified residential land uses, preservation of historic or archaeologically significant features. And objectives listed in the master plan under the village form goal, preserve the unique character of each of the village corridors, preserve the openness, views of mountains, and open expanses of the village, minimize light and noise pollution. We all agree to those things. It also says, regardless of requirement within village law, this is the master plan, it is encouraged that those in the village take action to become better stewards of the environment for the vitality and benefit of future generations. That is reason enough for you to vote no to this tonight. This is a conversion of agricultural.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you so much. This is a conversion of agricultural to residential land, which is the opposite of what the master plan asked us to do as stewards of Los Ranchos. The other thing I would say is just the plan that says this conservation section will be saved includes recreation. So what's to prevent them from putting up a soccer field
The
or a
speaker's
football
time
field
has expired.
or whatever? Anyway, there's plenty of reason in the master plan and in our ordinances for you to vote no tonight. Our prior planning and zoning director recommended no on this development. Please vote no.
Gardine McKenzie.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. Mayor and trustees, we know the historical background of this land. It has been agricultural. It at one point was a dairy historically. It has been alfalfa fields for many, many years. The property also contains a significant historic structure, the Nat Kaplan House. That structure more than qualifies for listing on the state and national registry of historic historic places. It meets the overall village goals and objectives for calling and preserving our historic structures, properties, and agricultural history. That's 1.2, 7.1, and 7.2. It also calls us to prepare a directory of natural resources with historic ties, including trees that are considered historical. I don't know of other historical properties listed on the National Register where one would have to cut through a subdivision, a cluster house subdivision, to preserve and see the historic structure, because historic structures oftentimes are open to the public. I urge mayor and trustees to establish a zoning district designating the entire Guadalupe Trail character area, including but not limited to the 9+ acres, as a historic district and landmark zone for the purposes of preserving and enhancing such historical landmarks, and to adopt and enforce zoning regulations and restrictions within such a zoning
The speaker's time has
district.
expired.
And those are state statutes. That's 3-22-3. I urge the trustees and mayor, please vote no. Also question that the road is not wide enough. The viewing area is on Chavez. People will not stop on Chavez to look at the wildlife, which I doubt will appear.
The speaker's
Instead,
time
it would
has
be
expired.
on Guadalupe. And also, I question the pitched roof design, which will block a lot of our vistas. Please vote no on this. The residents don't want it, and the village doesn't need it.
Thank you. Let's move on. Did you want to speak, Camille? Yes. Can we allow are we going to allow other folks to speak that haven't signed up? hold on just a second.
Mayor, that's at your discretion. However, we do request that folks sign up prior to the meeting.
Yes. Okay, Gordine, if you'll keep it to 2 minutes, please?
I will.
Okay. Or Camille, I'm sorry.
I'm just getting older. And anyway, Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. My neighbors and colleagues have already talked. I haven't seen the final site plan, but I just want to make sure, because when Tiffany Justice was our planning and zoning director, she promised us that the 2 trees that would be jeopardized during construction or the building process would be not jeopardized. So I want to make sure that that's going to actually take place. Our beautiful sandhill cranes and our wildlife is already going to be jeopardized. I don't care about the donation of wildlife or open space, because our wildlife is, once they're displaced, they will not come back. End of story. But once you start digging in and uprooting the roots of the trees that are part of our heritage here, and I'm going to be 75, and so I grew up here, and I'm very territorial. And I love this land, like we all do, and I'm sure you do too. But be part of our voices.
The speaker's time has
vote
expired.
no on the site plan approval. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant now has time to address any comments? Yes. Okay. Come on up and please be quickly. I mean, we're going to run. Okay, thank you. Okay. Please state your name.
Mayor, was she sworn in?
Are you sworn in? You sworn up? You.
My name is Diana Clark, and I live on El Paraiso Road, 601 El Paraiso Road Northwest. Everyone that spoke here tonight is absolutely right on about this project. They don't want it. I don't want it. I want you to vote no against it. But I haven't heard anyone say anything about El Paraiso or Mullen. El Paraiso and Mullen are streets that take the rest of the traffic that's going east and going north. After you've done Palindrome on, and I know that not everyone here is responsible for that, but any car that's going to go north on 4th Street by the Palindrome nonsense and up there on Osuna will, if they're going to go north and west, they are going to turn down El Paraiso and they're going to turn down Mullen. We are going to be inundated with traffic. We're going to have so much traffic that we will not get out of our neighborhoods, out of our driveways. And no one has even looked at El Paraiso and Mullen to see what kind of traffic we're going to have. I know that Chavez is going to have a lot of traffic, but they are a through street. El Paraiso and Mullen are not through streets, and no one is taking those 2 streets in consideration, and I wish that you would. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Salazar, and please address comments. If so, you have 5 minutes. Is that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's plenty of time.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the Board of Trustees, I've listened to the comments that have been made to you tonight, and a couple of things are clear. One is that people are quite upset about the palindrome project. This is not the palindrome project. And folks are also concerned about the fact that the land use will change at Chavez and Guadalupe, the 9.3 acres. But there's been no testimony against the site development plan. The only issue before you tonight is whether the site development plan is consistent with your ordinances or not. There's no testimony in the record that it's not in compliance. The only testimony about the site development plan, which is unanimous, is that the site development complies in every respect with your ordinances and is therefore entitled to be approved. It was recommended for approval before your Village Zoning and Planning Commission. The Village Zoning and Planning Commission recommended approval because the site plan was in compliance. Your planning director recommended to the Board of Trustees at its December 13 meeting that it be approved because it was compliant. The Board of Trustees at its December 13 meeting approved the preliminary site plan, and it was the preliminary site plan because it had only been noticed as preliminary, because it was compliant with all the requirements of the village ordinances and the conditions imposed both by the Planning Commission and then adopted by the Village Board of Trustees were acceptable to the applicant. And so now we stand before you for the final site development plan, and your planning director has once again indicated it's fully compliant, it's entitled to approval, and we therefore simply ask that you approve the site development plan because it is compliant with everything you've asked of the applicant. And the issue of the land use is already been approved. That's been decided. It's only whether the site plan is consistent with your ordinances, and the only evidence in the record is that it is. So therefore we ask your approval of the final site development plan.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Salazar. Are there any questions from the governing body for the applicant? Trustee Benavides?
Yes, thank you. So there was an appeal that went to district court, and it was ruled in favor of Guadalupe Chavez. Can you tell me what that the appeal was about?
Mr. Mayor, Trustee Benavides, yes, when the Village Board of Trustees approved the pilot project back in November of 22, an appeal was taken from that approval, and the district court, after the matter being briefed by the appellants and the village and Chavez Guadalupe, upheld the decision of the Board of Trustees. It affirmed the decision approving the project.
Okay, as a pilot project?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you for that. All right, so Maida, sorry, Planning and Zoning Director Maida. This applicant has not requested any variances, is that correct?
That's correct.
I think I heard you say that the applicant has met all the requirements for a final site approval. Is that correct?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, yes, for the final site development plan.
And you recommend approval?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, yes.
Okay, let's see. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kiefer? Would you like to?
Maida, I've got a few questions for you. I know Trustee Benavides just asked about the compliance to all ordinances. But I was looking at page 176 of the board packet, and there's an engineering report that specifically says that code, oh goodness, 9.2.25 E4H3B does not comply, does not meet the requirement, but it is acceptable. So how is that? Can you tell me or educate me on how that's not a variance?
Mayor and Trustee Kiefer, so the reason for this is that under C, 3C of that section, it says private paved roadways shall meet paved private roadway specifications per 9.2.25 E4H3B or approved alternative. In discussions with the village engineer, the alternative was acceptable and the village felt comfortable with that. And I believe it was approved as part of the pilot project.
May I ask, who is the village engineer?
At the moment, Bohannon Houston. So we contract.
So, okay, forgive me if but this report is from Bohannon Houston. So they are approving their own stuff? Their own exceptions?
Mayor and trustees, so they have advised that the roadway standard is acceptable for safety engineering standards. The reason why we contract with them for that is that I am not an engineer. I do not have the technical expertise to say that this roadway standard is, you know, for health and safety standards, this is acceptable. That is why we rely on them. So it was on their counsel and their professional expertise that they recommended that.
Which I appreciate, but I guess my thought would be have a second set of eyes approving someone that's making a recommendation rather than an approval of the same. But that's neither here nor there.
No, they're not the engineer.
Oh, they're not?
No, apologies. No,
Okay.
they work with us. I misunderstood.
Got it. Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you. The other questions that I have, sorry, got a lot, I think. So, page 130. It says the village retains the right to limit access to major arterials from private driveways and proposed developments when, and it has these different requirements. I guess my question is, in the site development plan, there's two entrances. And I think Mr. Scheibor, at one of the meetings, the Planning and Zoning August 8th meeting, it was asked about the need for two roadways or two entrances. And I think your response at that time was that the fire department required that. Is that correct? Sorry.
Your name, please.
Scott Schreiber, 9400 Del Arroyo, Albuquerque. Trustee, yeah, I mentioned that I believe they did, but I wasn't sure, is what I said at the time. The next meeting, I think George, Trustee Radovich, had talked about it too, and I said, no, I don't know that the fire department requires two entrances.
So do we know as of this meeting whether the fire department requires two entrances?
I do not know.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because of the concern on Chavez, right? We're talking about a multi-use trail on Chavez. We're talking about already the speeding on Chavez. We're talking about the palindrome project at the corner of 4th and Osuna that will probably affect Chavez in some way. I'm just trying to figure out, is there necessity for that second entrance on Chavez? Because currently the entrance into the property is off Guadalupe.
Yes, it is. I don't know. I I'm not sure if it has to be there or not.
Okay.
But I think having the two entrances helps to split up the traffic, which should help mitigate the traffic. But that was part of the first approval that was upheld.
Well, that was one of the concerns of planning and zoning when they gave the preliminary approval, was on the second entrance. And that's where the comment was made of, we don't, it's a fire department request, but I really don't know. I'll find out. And so I guess I'm trying to find out what was the outcome of the I'll find out.
Yeah, no, I
We
don't know for sure.
Okay.
I do not.
Okay, all right. I guess, Maida, I've got a question for you. It looks like there's about 69,000-ish square feet of FAR that, and I'm not being exact, according to the calculation, that can be built. So how is that going to be calculated with each permit of each residence, and then it gets subtracted? Is that how, and like, who's gonna maintain the spreadsheet, and who's gonna have the continuity to ensure that it meets the requirements?
Mayor and Trustee Kiefer, so yes, that would be something that it would be advisable for the developer to have a good handle on when they are building all of the homes. They do not have to commit to building all of them at once. They could come in one by one. However, it is up to staff to make sure that we are keeping them to the FAR. The floor area ratio is a requirement in residences that we are checking for every new residence, every accessory structure. So we're pretty used to doing that. We have a lot of spreadsheets, and it's our job to do that, so.
Okay, thank you. I guess this question would go back to the applicant, and I don't know who, but in respect to the FAR, I guess, what is the plan to ensure, I guess my fear is, and maybe I don't really care because it's going to be who lives in that community, but the first site is sold and it's a 4,000 square foot house, and then we start getting into sites, 3 or 4 that are left, and now there's only maybe room for 1,500 square feet houses or 2,000 square foot houses because the original purchasers used more of the FAR with the casita and the house than the subsequent purchaser. So how do we assure the aesthetic look of the community with that type of flexibility?
Yes, ourselves, as developers would be watching that closely. We also have covenances that the plans have to be submitted and approved. So, part of the association under the covenances would guide the community, as it will do for a lot of factors, to come out as beautiful as possible.
Okay. So, I guess I'm trying to formulate my next question on that.
Can I ask
Please.
I kind of like to ask kind of a clarification question. Because in the packet, it talks about the developer controlling what's called the FAR bank. Okay, the FAR bank. So that FAR bank then is that going to determine the size of dwelling that can go on a particular parcel? Or is that FAR bank based on the amount of square footage that is being consumed by possibly early buyers into the project?
I guess I don't quite understand the question. We are, as an association, as a developer, we will be allocating that far, and the person would put an application in with a home designed for the lot, and ask for their certain allocation. And then the association and the developer would approve or disapprove that. And they'll be also subtracting that from the bank. Because if we get into a situation where 3 or 4 lots and there isn't, only 1,500 square foot for each, we don't want to do that because the value of the lot goes down if you only can build a 1,500 square foot house. So we would not do that. It wouldn't make sense for us, for the community. And so we would be watching that. The association would be watching that. And the village would probably say something too, because this is a pilot project and we have to report. I think halfway through we have to do a report. So it'll be very carefully watched, I'm sure.
So then each.
So I'd like to ask you folks to hold your conversations down or go in the other room, please.
So.
Sorry.
Just to clarify, so then each lot will have a buildable area that would attach to that lot.
Yes.
Okay. So the individual who is buying that lot will not be able to exceed that buildable area.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor, I have a question.
I
Keep
still
going.
have a list, so I can go.
Oh, go for it. Go for it. Yeah.
And I apologize, I'm learning the construction business, Scott, so, Mr. Scheibor, so please bear with me.
Sure.
And I'm kind of going back and forth between you and Maida in this understanding process. So, on November 10th, 2022, there was the official notice of decision saying that any demolition of an existing shed must be completed in 1 year. What's a shed?
The definition of a shed?
Yeah, I mean, I know what a shed is. Is that what we're talking about, is an actual shed?
Mayor and trustee, I believe that condition was present in the original pilot project approval. I'd have to find it, but I believe that in the conservation standards permit that was approved, one of the items is that buildings that will be demolished within 1 year.
So it could be any building, so the shed part is not a shed, even though it's in an official notice of decision and signed off. Sorry, I know you weren't here at that time too.
I may not be able to speak to that, but the point of that requirement is so that they do not exceed the FAR. So I think the crux of it is that if they're going to keep a building there, that does count toward the total FAR count, the bank, as it were. And so that is one of the requirements in there.
Okay.
I believe that's why it's in there.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Scheibor, I think this question's for you because I know you've been asked many times, and I just want it clarified because I can't wrap my head around it. And I think Trustee Radnovich kind of brought this up last time as well. So the west end of the property, and I think we're hearing that a lot from the community, has huge, beautiful cottonwood trees. And I think you said it's your intent. And I saw on the site development plan that there are a lot of existing trees that are going to remain on that west property. I'm a more visual person. And when I looked at the site plan, I didn't see a difference in where the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District property ends and the Chavez Guadalupe property begins. And we know in Los Ranchos, I found out when I bought my house, you can't trust existing fences because some of the existing fences might actually be on public property and or moved into private property.
Sure.
So I guess my question is, when I'm sure you've, being the builder on this, have gone to actually see the property and have walked the property many times.
Yes.
The existing fence line that is on the west side of the property that kind of goes a lot through those large, beautiful trees, is that Chavez Guadalupe property, or is that still part of the Rio Grande Conservancy easement property?
I'm not totally sure, but I believe it's on the Rio Grande Conservancy District property. Those trees are definitely on the Rio Grande Conservancy District property.
Okay.
There's all those trees along the western edge. So they're not on our property. We don't control them, couldn't do anything with them.
So the exterior fence that's there now, the exterior chain link fence on the west side, is it planned to come down? Because now you're gonna have houses there with I'm sure they want their own privacy with a backyard fence. So, or are we gonna, or is it going to be double fence, a chain link, and then the individuals? I guess, what's that going to?
Well, we certainly would like it to come down, however, if it isn't on our property, then we don't technically have the right to do that. We'd have to get approval to take that down.
Okay, because my concern would be ensuring that the trees don't get, demolished while that fence is coming down, because you know how some of the trees can interline and chain link fences.
Sure, no, understood.
Okay. Let's see. We talked about that already. So let me, because that's not really for you. So, here's one. So the conservation area, we know, runs parallel with Chavez Road, and then it kind of L's a little bit into Guadalupe. What's the plan during construction to ensure that that area doesn't get trampled on, doesn't get, because when you start creating roadways and you start creating infrastructure, you bring in a bunch of heavy equipment. And, the last thing I think we as villagers would want is, well, here's our dedicated open space that's been trampled by, the asphalt paver and everything else that may come through. So what are the assurances that that space is protected and it's not used as a parking lot for large construction vehicles?
Well, we certainly wouldn't do that. It wouldn't behoove us to do that. We have to maintain that space and keep it. And if we destroyed it, we'd have to bring it back. So that, wouldn't make economic sense to us. It wouldn't make environmental sense to us. So our plans would be to fence off that area during construction.
Okay. Would it still be a see-through fence so that those of us, the community could still, view the open space? Or would it be like
which
construction?
Fence is that? Oh, well, it would be a construction fence during construction, which is a chain link type fence.
Sure.
So yeah, you could.
So let me ask you a
through it.
question about the construction, because it sounded like in the answer to Trustee Reinow's question, the houses are going to be assigned per lot.
Yes.
Based on the FAR that it can accommodate, or whatever makes sense for the aesthetics of the subdivision. Is your plan, I guess, to build them all out and sell them? Or is the plan to build them as the lots are sold? And it just kind of comes with this plan? Or how does that look? I mean, how long are we expecting the construction to be part of the community before the 16 lots are built out?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Long is going to keep 4 of the lots for himself to build homes for his family. The other lots, we haven't 100% decided on what we're going to do, but some we would probably build what we call a spec home and then have it for sale. Others we would do pre-solds, and people would come in and sign up to purchase a home, and we would build it, and there'll probably be other builders in there also. So it'll be a mix of custom homes.
But the other builders will still use your plans and the architectural designs that were included in the site plan?
Well, they don't use our plans. The architectural items are examples in the plans. They're not actual plans for homes. They're a style. It's trying to represent a style that would be allowed in the subdivision.
Okay, so those beautiful pictures of the style aren't really the style. It's similar type style.
It's the style. They're a representation of the style that the covenants would be approving.
Okay. So Maida, let me ask a question, because our ordinance says that once permits are received, it's 1 year for construction. So is that, when we're talking subdivisions, is that 1 year for the first house, or is that completion of the subdivision?
Mayor and Trustee Kiefer, so the construction needs to begin within 1 year. There is not on any type of construction a cap of how long it can take. They do need to continue to construct on that project that was approved. So if a house is permitted, if it lapses for, I believe, 180 days, please don't quote me, then that it would have to get reapproval through the village. So it wouldn't be for the subdivision, and there is no cap on how quickly construction must occur.
Okay. I guess my next few questions are more for Mr. Salazar. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Salazar, so I know that you made mention in your comments, your opening comments, that there's still been some negotiation going back and forth between Mr. Chappell and yourself on the language of the of the covenants and kind of what that looks like. Any idea when we would expect to see those?
Yes, the covenants would have to be finalized before final plat approval.
Before final plat.
Right, and so the sequence would be now, if and when there's a final site development plan approved, then subsequent to that, the final plat would be done. And the reason the plat has to follow the site plan is because it has to be consistent with the site plan.
So look, let me ask a question, because when I looked, and maybe I'm confused, and please correct me if I am. In December, at the December board meeting, I thought the final permit, the final plat, and the final site development plan were all brought at the same time. I understand that it was the discrepancy in the public notice, but all three were being heard versus just the one being heard tonight.
So Mayor and Trustee, if I may real quick, just to clarify, the Conservation Development Standards permit was heard in December. The preliminary site development plan and the preliminary plat, which requires a final approval. So the final plat is an item that comes later for approval through the Planning Commission. It's a technical review of buttoning everything up.
Okay, okay, so we had the three, now we're doing the final site development plan now, but the final plat plan will be future. Okay, okay.
Exactly.
And because they come together with, okay. I think I only have one more question. And I don't know who this would really be, but it's about the casitas and the Kaplan House. So at the June 8th meeting, and maybe Mr. Long, you may want to address this because I'm going to quote you. You stated that you in order to align to the 2023 master plan, design and build a model project that sets the standard for model development by way of, and I quote, preserve the original Nat Kaplan homes. While I'm sure we can remove those homes, I made a commitment to the Altmans when I bought that property to preserve those homes. That was their home where they lived for 60 years, end quote. What are we doing to preserve those? Because I keep hearing that it's going to be up to the site plan owner. And when I look at site 5 in particular, I think it's got 2 casitas on it, and I don't know where there'd be room for a house.
Jim Long, 6681 Guadalupe Trail, Mayor, Trustees. It is our intention to retain those existing structures. So the way the platting has been done, those structures have been left in place. So the main house, which is, and they're all Nat Kaplan adobes, I would imagine that the buyer of that house would retain that house and leave it as is. I don't see that house would possibly be removed because it wouldn't make sense. They're not just buying the lot, they're also buying the house. So they would be paying more than any of the other lots. The other casitas, it's certainly my wish to see them preserved. We renovated them, they're in beautiful shape. There's no reason for the lot owners to tear those down. My children particularly want to have those lots for their own. And so what I would imagine that they would do if they choose a lot that has 2 of the original Nat Kaplan is they would just expand one of those and leave the other as an accessory dwelling unit. So that's how I believe that will be handled.
So when you're looking at, thank you for that. So when you're looking at these plans and these house plans, I guess, you're also developing them with the existing structures in mind?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I think I'm done.
Trustee Radnovich?
I really just had one question, and it's a pretty simple one. If someone wanted to buy one of those lots, if I were interested in one of those lots, would you sell a lot even if they weren't going to be built on for some period of time?
The answer is yes.
Okay. So there could be empty lots in there potentially as people buy them.
There could be. You know, I know my wife would like to have a lot, and she's going to outlive me, she says. So, and when it's time to downsize, you know, she'll probably want to build a house that meets her needs at the time. So I think that that a lot like that would probably be preserved until she might be ready to build.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Trustee Renaud?
So, Samit, I've got a couple of questions here. One of the, you know, there is often response to this site development plan based on the master plan. And what's quoted in the master plan are a number of areas that specifically suggests that the purpose of it, the intent and purpose is to maintain the village character, the historic value, the agricultural nature and character of the village. I guess, given what we see in front of us in terms of the site development plan, how does a site development plan then enable the village to ensure that the master plan is being met? Because when you take a look at what's being proposed, it appears that the master plan is not specifically supporting what is being encouraged by this project.
Mayor and Trustee Renaud, so my analysis of this and its compliance with the master plan has to do with a few things, but one of the elements is that it was an emphasis of the master plan to create a pilot project ordinance to authorize this type of development, and it goes into some of these items. I can point to the page 83 in the master plan is one spot where it talks about it. So the support for creating an ordinance that carried out the items that were the open space that's preserved in perpetuity, for example. These items were an action step to create this pilot project ordinance in the master plan to accomplish open space preservation, hopefully development that was congruous with the village in several ways. And with this support and other items from the master plan, that's what I'm looking to. And then if they have met the requirements of the ordinance that was created because of this. So that's part of my view of it. That's where I'm putting some analysis. And that's what I'm here to do.
May I follow up?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Trustee Renaud, the master plan issue was really addressed when the pilot project was considered and approved. Whether the project itself, the conceptual project which has been approved, met the intent of the master plan. And there's been some references to the master plan tonight, but some items have not been mentioned. The master plan also said the village needed to provide more opportunities for people who wanted to downsize all these big lots that they didn't want to maintain anymore. And the master plan spoke about the fact that older people had to just leave the village if they had a big place and a lot of acreage, because they just couldn't maintain it. They didn't have any place to stay in the village. And so one of the things was to provide alternative housing for seniors in the village who wanted to stay. And another thing in the master plan was to provide for diversification of housing, different kinds of housing, so that the village wasn't just simply one house per 1 acre. And it was also to look for other ways to actually encourage open space, because if everybody puts one house on 1 acre and then they wall their 1 acre, you don't have any open space. And so the idea was, let's try something different. And this is in the master plan. So maybe we should try some pilot projects to see if we can get some diversified kinds of housing in the village to allow people, one, to stay in the village. And you've already heard about Jim Long's experience. He wants to stay in the village, but needs a smaller house. So, but that's one. There's a lot of us that would like to stay in the village that may not want to maintain large lots and with a lot of acreage. So the master plan, this project was found to be consistent with the master plan. So that issue, and I realize you've just come to this relatively recently, but this was all discussed at length over several hearings before the pilot project was approved, and which was upheld by the court as being consistent with the village ordinances and with the master plan. And so now we're at the stage where the project having been approved, is how do you implement the project that has been approved? And there's a Conservation Development Standards permit, which has a lot of requirements, which was approved. Finally, I mean, that's got a final approval. And now we're just talking about the site plan. And so the question really isn't, is the site plan consistent with the master plan? The question now before you is the site plan consistent with the village ordinances, which indicate what has to be done in order to get a site plan approved. So that's the issue, not the master plan.
But let me though ask a question here. That if we take a look at the proposed square footage of these houses, which Mr. Schreiber has indicated would be between 3,000 and 3,500 square feet, that according to a number of sources, that the median price for a home in the village is $925,000, which is $279 a square foot. How's that affordable to someone who wants to downsize?
Well, people, Mr. Mayor, trustee, a lot of people who want to downsize have quite big homes in the village. The village has some of the most expensive housing in the state. This village is well-to-do with a lot of big homes. So this, trustee, this is not affordable housing. I mean, this was never intended to be affordable housing. It's diversified housing. It's different housing, and but it provides opportunities for people who have either large homes or are willing to pay that price to stay in the village. So you're right. It's not low-cost housing, but it's different housing, and it's one of the things the master plan encouraged: different kinds of housing. So this is one option.
However, let me play devil's advocate.
No, that's fine.
I have a son who I'm sure would love, he grew up here, would love to live here, but there's no way that he'd be able to afford a home if you're talking somewhere around upwards of $200 a square foot to build, okay? The average in Albuquerque is between 145 to 180 as of February 24. So the question is, if we're going to diversify the housing, okay, which I agree is important, then how do we then do that? That's going to encourage new families, young families to move in to a development where you're going to be looking at you're going to have income that's going to be able to support a house where you can be paying $200+ a square foot to build.
Yes, Mayor and trustee, no, this is not a starter home, but it's one option. Now I hesitate to say this, given the comments that have been made this evening here in this room, but one option for somebody who's starting up that wants to live in the village is to stay in Palindrome. I mean that was the intent. I mean, I think that was the intent when the village trustees approved the Palindrome project, to actually provide housing, a housing opportunity for people who could not afford to buy homes in the village. So
then what we're actually doing then is providing an opportunity for those who want to downsize that have the means to move into a smaller home.
This project, is that what you said?
Right.
No, I think that's right. It's
okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
So one of the areas that is addressed in the packet that you sent has to do with the HOA, and that the HOA is going to be managing the construction and the maintenance of the conservation space. Okay. So at what point then is the HOA developed in order to manage that space?
Mr. Mayor, Trustee Reno, the HOA will be provided for in the covenants. So the covenants will be the covenants will set out, you know, a lot of requirements about the kind of home, and then there'll be, as Mr. Scheibor indicated, there'll be an architectural control committee, but the architectural control committee is really part of the association, and so the association will be established immediately when the final plat is recorded. There will be an association established as of that date.
So the other thing I just wanted to clarify as well is that you know, dwellings will be used exclusively by homeowners, so there's not going to be any kind of rental property in this space at all. Will there actually then be home occupation licenses that would exist in that space as well? That would exist in that space as well?
Mr. Mayor, Trustee Reno, the object will be to sell to people who will own and occupy. I mean, but I don't think we can control, or anyone can control, whether or not somebody at some point wants to rent their home. I think it would be, these are not really rental properties.
Mayor and Trustee, I could speak to the village requirements if you'd like me to on rentals. So the rentals of a home of less than 30 days, that would require an Airbnb permit, you know, a B&B permit with the village that gets approved by the Planning Commission. Notice, all of that. For 30 days and more, that's not something the village gets involved in. That's between the homeowner and the person they are renting to. And then for home occupations, those also get notice. They go through a process of approval. So those, I assume, would be options to those owners, but they would require a process.
All questions? I'm sorry, thank you. All questions?
Okay.
Considered, okay, thank you.
Any other?
I don't have it.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
One more question.
Okay,
Sorry, it was hidden here.
Sorry.
In the application made and I'm assuming it's a template, but it talks about the preliminary and the responsibilities that are done. I'm on page 137, if that helps, on the packet. But it says the preliminary and then it says final, and we're doing final site development plan, correct? And it goes back to kind of Mr. Salazar's statement about the master plan's already been considered, but it says the Board of Trustees will review the final site plan for conformance with village code and the master plan. So I don't know why we keep getting told that the master plan should not be considered in making determinations as to when it specifically says that on page 137 of our responsibilities.
I'm going to the page you're at, Trustee. So I don't want you to think that the master plan is not important at this juncture. I think I concur with the agent for this project that the part of this has already been approved and found to be in compliance with the master plan because the pilot project was approved. I concur in that regard. It still needs to comply with what was approved, which is why they're here, and to comply with the master plan. But one facet of that is definitely the fact that the board had approved this project as presented, which has come back to the board as it was presented.
Can you, sorry, it's getting late and my brain's getting slow. Can you explain the last part you said? It came before it was approved,
so,
before it...
Mayor and Trustee, I would recommend that this is consistent with the prior approval, which was based partially on conformance with the master plan. I find that it is still recommended for approval on those grounds. So it's still important to be in compliance with the master plan, but that is definitely something that was considered when the pilot was approved previously.
So then to understand in how things have developed, specifically a 204 apartment complex that wasn't here when it was originally approved, can be taken into consideration?
Mayor and trustee, at this juncture, I would recommend that they have received many, many approvals to ensure that they are in compliance with the requirements for our ordinances, for adherence to the master plan, and the application should be considered on its merits.
Okay, one more question. Sorry, and I'm not trying to be, but we heard a lot of 9.1 I don't know, something, and I looked it up. 9.2.1C, the purpose and intent and the standards. At what point are those part of consideration?
Mayor and trustee, let me go to 9.2.1C. Okay, can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So I guess my question is, you know, we're supposed to look at the ordinances. And one of the ordinances is 9.2.1, the general provision, C specifically, purpose and intent. It's the purpose of this article to require development and redevelopment of land in the village in a manner, I'm not going to read it to you, but it also has the standards and the responsibility of the standards, which are actually ordinance, not master plan. So my question is, at what point were these under consideration, or is it something that should be considered at this point because it is an ordinance and I swore to uphold the ordinances of this village?
So, Mayor and trustee, I would recommend that you consider this in your potential vote, and you know, this is part of it, but it is my recommendation that you are fully able to not side with that this application does meet these elements as they interrelate with this project, this ordinance, Chapter 27. And the approved pilot project. So I am recommending that this was taken into account and that I think that it meets these standards, and you don't have to agree with me.
Yes, go ahead, John.
Mr. Mayor, Trustee Kiefer, I think, you know, you're correct in terms of what the ordinance says. There's no question about that. But this is a different situation. It's ordinarily, if you're coming in for a zone change, that's the first time you see anything. And at that point, in addition to whether it makes sense to change a zone, you look, is it consistent with the master plan? And so that's what this is really designed to deal with, the ordinary situation. And with any land use approval, you would have to make sure, one, it's consistent with the master plan first, then the ordinance, and then any other plan that may be applicable. But in this case, it's a pilot project, which means because it was a little bit different than the ordinary situation, that we just didn't come in for a zone change and asked to be allowed then to run with the project. Because it was a pilot project going to allow clustering in order to get open space. That was the trade-off. We'll let you cluster and get a little bit more density if you'll keep open space that the village can enjoy. So, but because it was a pilot project, at that point there was a great deal of focus whether this was truly consistent with the master plan. It was examined from every angle before the trustees let it go. And they wanted to make sure it was consistent with the master plan because once the project was approved, then it's just implementation of the project. It's the development standards permit, conservation development standards permit, it's the site plan, it's the plat. And those are essentially more technical in nature, and it's not the evaluation of the project. That all really occurred at that very first approval, which, as you recall, went over several meetings over many months. There were meetings with the neighbors because everybody was examining, could we live with this project? Does it make sense for the village? And the conclusion at the end was yes, it's consistent with the master plan, it makes sense for the village, and it would do some good things for the village. And then, so now we're at the implementation stage, which is more of a technical nature.
So, Mr. Salazar, I appreciate that, and I'm going to kind of play a little devil's advocate, like my colleague trustee right now. I understand what you're saying, but in my train of thought, the train just went straight on past me. It was there, I promise. It was a good one.
Well, in any event, Trustee Kiefer, kind of following up what you were thinking about and speaking about is it is consistent with the master plan. The site plan that's before you is consistent with the master plan because some of the goals of the master plan was diversification of housing in the village, allowing people who can no longer stay in their big estates can stay in the village to provide housing opportunities. All that's consistent with the master plan in effect at the time. So it is consistent.
My train came back to depot. So with that, the only reason, or my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, this was a pilot project. And so there were additional steps required. But then the 9.2.27 then refers it back to the standard steps of 9.2.25, which is a subdivision. And the subdivision, if any person just came in and wanted to do a subdivision outside of the conservation pilot project, would have to still go through the same approval processes and same scrutiny in the ordinances that we're kind of going through now, because we're in the subdivision component of the process, right? Or I'm sorry, the site plan. Of the site plan, which is still part of the subdivision requirement. So I understand that the 9.2.27 has been approved and that this is a project that has been approved. Now it's the development of the subdivision, and that subdivision, in my understanding, can still be given the same due diligence and the same responsibility of the trustees of ensuring that it complies, of course, but also that it meets the requirements of a subdivision within the village.
Oh no, I appreciate the question. I believe you're talking about the situation. Say we're not dealing with this pilot project. We're just dealing. Somebody comes in and wants to do a subdivision. Am I right? Okay. Well, if that's the case, they come in for a subdivision approval. That's the first time the village lays eyes on it. They see this subdivision is being proposed. Well, is it consistent with the master plan? Is it consistent with the zoning ordinance? And is it consistent with the subdivision standards? But that's the first time you lay eyes on it, if somebody just comes in with a subdivision plat. In this case, you got to see, as a village, you got to see the whole project at the beginning to make sure this is something that the village could live with and thought was a good idea. And so they went through that analysis early on, which you don't, and then once the project was approved, then the question was the implementation. And at that point, the questions about whether it's a good project have been answered, and the only question is it compliant? Is the site plan compliant with the requirements for a site plan in the village? We've already decided it's consistent with the master plan. We laid our eyes on that, and we concluded it's okay, it's good. And then now we're at the implementation stage. But you're right. If somebody just came in with a subdivision application, you'd go back and you'd pull out the master plan, you'd pull out the zone code, you'd pull out the subdivision ordinance, and you'd look at it with a keen eye at that point.
So never mind. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to be given permission to respond to that question, to respond to Mr. Salazar. We've had.
I understand, but
a lot more time than the opponents have had.
right.
And I think what he's trying to tell you is that you should limit your consideration in the way he wants you to limit it, not the way this ordinance says you should exercise your consideration. The point made by Jennifer Kiefer is exactly correct. The ordinance sets forth the purposes and the intent in the section she's talking about, 9.2.1.
Mayor,
Those are repeated at 9.2.
Mayor and Commissioners, this is, as a point of order, this is not limit unless you make a special
Right.
compensation for doing that. If you have a question of him, they can ask questions, but that's really a point of order that's out of Robert's Rules and Orders.
Thank you. Okay, shall we move on then with are we trustees? Any more questions?
No, I have
Okay.
no questions.
All right, is there a motion to approve SDP 23-5?
Yes, I will make a motion to approve SDP 23-05 for a final site development plan approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, discussion from the governing body?
I would, well, I know you first have to vote on this motion, but I would propose a amendment to the motion. That amendment would be, given what we have heard this evening, that the language of the covenants still need to be reviewed by this board, that the two entrances to the property needs to be also considered by this board, given the supposed requirement from the fire department, as well as how the Conservancy is going to get access to the trees on the west end. So I would propose that we not vote on this evening, that we provide an opportunity for the applicant to, to finalize the covenants so that we can review them, provide an opportunity for the applicant to come back and provide some level of assurance that the two entrances are necessary, given the absence of any kind of fire department review that is in the material, as well as the property line along the west side of the property that protects the trees through the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District. So my motion would be that we await the final decision until there is opportunity for those elements to be reviewed and to be provided by the trustees in order for us to be able to vote on the project.
Mayor and Commissioners, or trustees, as a point of order, again, there's a pending motion on the floor that has been seconded. There can be a motion to amend that, but a contrary motion to what is pending can't be made until action on the first motion. So There can be a request to amend the motion, but you can't make a new motion for a different matter until the first motion is decided.
So I'd like to then put that in as an amendment, that, that approval would be subject to, again, the revised covenants. The approval would be also would also include a statement about the two entrances, decision about the two entrances. And if there is a fire department requirement, then we need to see that, as well as assurance that the trees along the west side of the property are going to be preserved.
And the point of authority is the person who made the motion and the second have to accept the amendment. And if they accept the amendment, then you can go forward. Otherwise, you vote on the original motion.
Okay.
Let me ask, in regards to the fire department, have they met all the requirements for access by the fire department?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, there's an approved Fire One plan in the packet, I believe. The fire department has reviewed this layout.
In regards to the trees, if they're on the Conservancy district, they don't belong in the 9.28 acres. I think that answers that question about those trees along the, well, there's a Rio Grande Conservancy district with an easement.
Conservancy does not own land. Conservancy has access to your land.
I live along the Rice Lateral, and I cannot remove any trees on the Rice Lateral. So I don't think that's.
Benavides, but I don't think it's unacceptable to just ask on the plan for clarification and it be on there.
Okay, all right. In regards to the covenants, I thought it was pretty interesting that that the village has been given oversight to enforce the covenants of maintaining the open space. That seems to be exceptional. Would you agree, Maida?
Mayor and Trustee Benavides, I think that's something that can be done, but I don't think that's typical, if that answers your question. It is not typical for the village to enforce covenants.
Okay.
However, I believe there were conditions of approval that were rolled into the covenants.
Before I accept the amendment, I would like to hear from Jim Long or Salazar in regards to the trees.
Can I ask a question while they're looking? Because this is a discussion at this point, I think.
It's okay by me, yes.
Thank you. The reason I seconded this move is because I think that the developer has followed all the rules. I don't think there's anything that they haven't done that we've asked them to do at this point. However, can't we, and this may be a question for Maida, possibly you, Mr. Chappell, can't we include in the motion to ask the developer, to have the planning department ask the developer to retain the trees that are on their property and not touch the trees that are in the MRGCD easement? can we also ask them to remove, if the fire department agrees, it would have been Chief Perez, I think, to remove one of the entrances as a condition of the approval if the fire department agrees to, that it wouldn't be necessary. Those two things, there was a third, I'm sorry.
The covenants, the enforcement.
Oh, the covenants. The covenants, and this may be a question for Mr. Salazar, but the covenants, I've been involved in processes like this in the past. The covenants are edited and re-edited repeatedly as you get to a final decision on a case or a subdivision. And so couldn't we also ask that they come back to Maida or Attorney Chappell with that information to get it approved? And I think that's what you're saying, or what you did say in the first place, right, Mr. Chappell?
With respect, and I was talking here, sorry, Mr. Chairman and Trustee Radinovich. As far as the covenants go, you asked the question if it's normal. The village has not done that in all cases. There was a case before my tenure started, resolved just before my tenure started in 2005, in which the village did have that right, and the court determined because of that magic language they could enforce it and maintain it as open space. And that's the reason I made that requirement. As far as the enforcement of those kinds of things, it's done all the time in the city of Albuquerque, and they do it by special use permits. It's not just approval of a zone and covenants, so they have special uses that carry that out. So I think it's quite common to do it, and in my case, I would plan to have those final covenants come back before the village and approved as a part of the final final plat approval.
And Mayor and
Not quite
Trustee Radovich, if I could speak to the trees,
Hold on just a second. Tom, I mean, we need Bill Chappell here, so we need Bill Chappell. So, I mean, I appreciate your...
I would just say on the trees that it is not typical, it's not a requirement in our ordinance. I don't have anything to fall back on in our ordinance about maintaining those trees on private property, potentially in the conservation, in the open space area, but I don't have any ordinance teeth to enforce maintaining trees on a property. I just wanted to mention that.
Yes. But the developer could.
May I address the question from Trustee Benavides regarding the location of the trees? We have in the existing conditions plan, which I believe you've all seen before, and I'm happy to provide this to you now. And it clearly shows that those trees that we were talking about on the west side of the property are all clearly outside of the property. So they are located west of our property line.
Can you point that out in my packet?
May I approach?
Please.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I saw it too. One other thing I was going to mention is I don't take the things I say lightly. I hear what everyone is saying that has come up to speak, on this project. And I too would prefer to see that land retained as open space. However, I would more prefer to see a 2.5 acre open space in front of it than I would walls along Chavez Road like there are further west, because that could easily be done as well. And so that's part of my position on this whole thing. I think while the open space is, I don't want to say small, but while the open space is maybe less than, actually it's less than the Citizen Advisory Committee and MEDA and Sandy Gazer is looking at right now, it does follow the ordinance that was in place when this project came through the process. So again, I'd rather see 2.5 acres than no acres of open space there on that corner. So that's part, and I hear all of the comments. I understand what people are saying, and it is a semi-rural village that we live in, and we need to maintain as much of that rurality as we can. And the project attempts, I think, to do that by following the pilot ordinance, which was in place when the developers came through the process. And they're not developing a standard 1 acre subdivision with walls around each of the lots. They're developing something different.
Did we properly address the issue about the fire trucks being able to have access?
Well, that's why I suggested that, and maybe this is a question for you, if the fire department says, no, you don't need 2 entrances, 1 will do, is the developer willing, under, I guess, the oath of what you're saying tonight, to remove one of those entrances and make it a cul-de-sac or hammerhead cul-de-sac or whatever you choose to do?
Well,
and I'm not being cavalier about my comments. This has been before us probably half of the time, feels like it, half of the time since I've been a trustee. So it's not like I haven't seen any of this before.
But then we're going to have to pick a winner, right? Is it going to be Guadalupe or Chavez, and then the opposition is going to,
I get it.
No, that's right. On the subject, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, and Trustee Radovich, on the subject of the entrance on Guadalupe and Chavez, that's the site plan that has been submitted for approval. The fire department has reviewed the site plan, and there is the question that I mean, the point that I just heard over is that if you concentrate the traffic on one, you're not splitting it. I mean, then you put all the traffic either on Guadalupe or on Chavez. So I think there's merit in terms of splitting the traffic to having entrances on Guadalupe and Chavez. But the fire department's reviewed this plan, and so they did not object to it. And that is the proposed site plan with an entrance on Chavez and one on Guadalupe.
And George, to your point, one of my thought processes is, to Mr. Salazar's point is, yes, it may do more traffic flow, but we're talking also about conservation space, right? That aligns Chavez. And the hope and the intent of conservation space is to attract wildlife, to have, there's going to be a viewing area with traffic going straight through it because it cuts on both sides. I don't think that I don't think it's unreasonable because, yes, the fire department approved what was presented. But I also believe the fire department will approve other mechanisms that would also comply with their fire truck needs.
So then are we, I'm forgetting the religious figure.
I think we're
Split
following.
the religious
Oh, the
figure that
baby?
split the baby. Who decides whether it's Chavez or Guadalupe?
Well, I think we have an ordinance on that, because we have an ordinance, which is the private roadway, and I don't have it exactly in front of me, but I can find it. We have a private roadway access ordinance that says Chavez is not a material, which I thought was pretty shocking. Chavez is not a arterial road for entrances. It's actually Guadalupe, which is probably why the driveway is existing on Guadalupe. So to me, to create a new thing, one, you're violating an ordinance. And two, if it can be done without, it helps provide that aesthetic view of the conservation space and promotes more of that wildlife activity that we're trying not to lose in the area.
So you would prefer the entrance be on Guadalupe, not?
That's where it is currently.
Right, right.
And so to me, why disrupt more than what is already there?
Yeah, that's a.
You're almost
Good point.
guaranteeing the
That's a good
traffic will, that wants to get on 4th Street will go on Mullen or El Paradiso then.
Well, and I live on Mullen, so I guess I'm gonna have
Yeah.
part of that to deal with.
Well, and if we take a look also at the traffic study that was done, the traffic over a weekday period is, well, they indicated per lot was going to be 2 cars out and 2 cars in per lot, okay? So when you calculate it, it's 151 cars that are going to be, but at different times of the day, okay? So the question then becomes, why is there a need for a second entrance and egress with that many vehicles that are going to be passing through the area?
So whether there's 2 exits or 1, you still get the same number of vehicles entering and exiting with the sum of the 2, right?
Well, but again, the issue is then why disturb the area on Chavez Road when the roadway on Guadalupe will be able to handle that?
Guadalupe is narrower than current code for village roads. That stretch of it is really narrow. If you can't have 2 cars passing each other in opposite directions, then
I don't want to pick winners and losers.
The
Well,
only
and I will
reason I'm
tell you,
looking at it was because of the ordinance and how it's written.
In
I'm
my,
not trying to pick.
And this is the site development plan that's before us.
let me add a little bit, something. I met with APS, they called. Taft is going to be a dual language school, doubling in size.
oh,
And with a lot of parents. So they are, Casito and Karen Allred are very concerned about what is going on here, as well as Fourth and the rest of the area. I got a call this afternoon from our district representative wanting to meet with the superintendent. They are saving our school, which is part of our economic development, and it will double. It'll be a grade 4 through 8, 4 through 9, 4 through 9. So there's going to be and they will not. It won't be buses. It's going to be. There'll be a few buses, but it's going to be cars. So we've got a significant traffic issue in the whole area that's coming in. And Taylor is going to be renovated, and the other schools as well. But this is the one that is a problem that we need to address.
So based on that, Mayor, I would like to ask Mr. Chappell, and this really doesn't, I mean, it has to do with this project and it doesn't. But I would like to ask you, Mr. Chappell, if the Village of Los Ranchos has any recourse with APS in terms of their plans for their schools that exist in the village.
Mayor Craig and Trustee Radnovich, I don't have enough information to know anything about that. I think that to bring those kind of things in is
kind of hearsay.
Going to be create more confusion than it is. I think there's a site plan in front of us, of you, and I'm looking at this from a procedural perspective from the village. There are questions about the master plan. The master plan has been interpreted by the court. We're trying to figure out whether or not this site plan complies with the master plan is interpreted by the court. So we've got a court issue. And so I think bringing in all of those new kinds of things makes sense in some context, but perhaps not in the concept of a vote on a site development plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. And the other thing I was going to mention to the trustees and the mayor is that master plans are by definition a general plan. There are things within a master plan that you can hang your hat on, so to speak. Yeah. But the ordinances and the code are what regulate what happens if a project follows a master plan. And so the master plan is something that we need to consider, and it sounds like they did, and it sounds like the village did consider the master plan, but the code and the ordinances are where the implementation phase, as Mr. Salazar put it, comes into play, and that's really what we're doing tonight. I believe that's correct, is it not, Mr. Chappell? Maida, is it not?
Yeah, from a legal basis, I think, and I think I've made this clear, what the issue before the Board of Trustees is, whether or not the final site plan complies with the approvals that have been provided previously. And if it doesn't, or if there are things that are critical that should be included, you can talk about those and do those, but you're really not talking about the merits of the project. You're really not making a decision on the interpretation of the master plan. The court's already decided that. So the missing pieces you can work on, but not change what the previous approvals were in this particular stage, is what I believe the legal position the village is in.
Is there in any future stage? You said in this particular stage, but in any of the future stages, is there, or do we bear the sins of our previous?
Click on.
I am on.
Oh, sorry.
Do we bear the sins of our predecessors?
Yes.
In certain, Mayor Craig and Commissioner Kiefer, in many ways you are bound by the decisions of your predecessors. And so whether you agree with that or not, and there is case law that would indicate that it's an issue if you change those in the wrong way. It doesn't mean to say that something can't come up down the road, that there's a change of conditions, a lot of other things, but what you have today is really a confirmation. But like I say, if you find something doesn't comply with what was approved before, it's perfectly okay to bring those things in, but changing the context of the approvals is not something that the typically the Board of Trustees or the village can do without some ramifications.
The original sin was that this ordinance, as a pilot, a lot of people don't agree with. And that's why the previous mayor, I think, assigned a committee of people and Maida and others and lawyers to look at that ordinance and change it. And that change is going to come before us in the future, and the change is going to be a much lesser concentration of homes, if we approve it, than the original sin, as you put it, the first ordinance that was approved did, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So let me ask you something, George. You're not in favor of our schools? Is that what you said?
What? What?
You wanted to remediate our schools, or?
Oh. No. I asked if, no, I'm totally in favor of our schools. If I asked if we could fight an APS decision about changing Taft to another kind of
Close our
school.
I mean, it'd probably be closed down if they don't.
I don't know.
Okay, that's just a question. There's, a couple of, we have a Sandia View Road that's gonna exit on the Guadalupe Trail, if that subdivision goes through. And we have the trail that it's being discussed, that'll be on the south side of this property that needs to be
If it happens.
discussed.
We're gonna talk about that later, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's just,
in regards to the amendment from trustee Frank Grinnell, I respectfully decline the points you made, and I think the applicant deserves an up or down vote. This has gone on far too long.
Okay.
And I think we need to vote based upon the merits of the application, whether they meet all the requirements for a final site approval. And that's what I think we need to do.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Mayor and trustees, as a point of order, if the person who made the original motion and second does not consent, and there is a second to the amendment, okay? And in the case, when I made the comment before where the motion said we need to defer, that's not germane to the first motion. The way it was changed is a vote to amend. So now either that is seconded or dies for lack of a second, and then it's voted on the amendment, and then if the amendment is approved, then that's included in the main motion for the final vote. That's the procedural rules.
So my original motion, are you saying we may not vote on that?
Well, you vote on it, but you may vote on it as amended, depending on what the vote is. If there's a second to the motion to amend, then that amendment is voted on. And if that amendment passes, then it's added to your motion and you vote on the whole motion.
But don't we do my motion first?
No, if there's a second and the second on the amendment.
We do have a second, yeah.
No, that was on the main motion.
I actually did make another, I didn't make it well, I did. I called it a condition. Could we request that the trees not be touched, that there only be one entrance if the fire department agreed to it?
Okay. All right. But we had a motion to amend on the floor that's not been seconded. Okay?
Oh, a motion to amend.
A motion to amend, okay?
Yep.
And it's not been seconded. If it's not seconded, it dies for a lack of a second, and we go to the original motion.
I make a
If
motion,
it's
or I
seconded-
second to amend.
Okay. Now you vote on the amendment, and if it's passed, then that's added to the main motion, and then you vote on those two together.
Do we clearly understand what the amendment is?
I would think it needs to be clarified.
Okay.
So, The amendment is as follows. That final approval of the site development plan has 3 conditions. One is that there is a...
Sorry, 3 additional conditions.
I'm sorry?
3 additional conditions.
Conditions, right. Number 1 is that the language for covenants is prepared by our attorney in consultation with Mr. Salazar, and that comes back before the board for approval. Secondly, that there is a notice, official notice from the fire department that indicates that a second entrance for the project is required by them in order to provide, again, fire access to their equipment. Third is that the property line, to clarify again, the property line along the west side of the property is not going to affect the Middle Rio Grande Conservancy District's need to work on the trees along that west side. Okay.
What do you mean by worked on?
In other words, maintain them.
Got it.
Maintain those trees, okay? Those were the 3 additional conditions that were included in the amendment.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion, and then we will have a vote.
I'd like a little discussion about it, Mayor.
Have this more discussion.
I mean, it's of no value voting on this if this is completely unacceptable to the applicant.
Well, I wanted to bring up something that has to do with the geometries of subdivision design. And I don't know if any of you can speak to it, but you might be able to on the development side. But if we end up with a single entrance, we'll also end up with a large, I believe the code says 90 or 95 feet circle at the end of that street, which is likely going to be, I'm guessing, at the northwest corner of the subdivision, which will affect both aesthetically and from a habitat perspective, and open space perspective potentially, the open space that was set aside for farming or habitat or the other things that have been discussed. So that gives me pause as to whether we really want one entrance in there into that subdivision or not, because that cul-de-sac could be very visible and very, it probably will be very, well, depends on the subdivision design, but it will impact that northwest corner of the street where it ends.
My only comment to that, George, is, and I'm just using personal experience because I live down a private drive and my whole front yard is fire easement. But it doesn't look like a round cul-de-sac. They have, different ones like hammerheads and stuff.
They do.
So it is done very tactfully that it's got landscaping, so it still looks pretty. A fire truck, I know if there's an emergency, is going to, and it's got gravel, and it's.
Your condition, though, is not a current condition. And I've been through lots of these with my past experience. And the fire department has specific rules on what those street ends can be made of and can look like. So they need to run I don't know how many tons those things are, but one of you may know, but How much? They need to be able to allow an 80,000-pound vehicle to turn around at the end of that cul-de-sac following current code, which means typically asphalt. It could be gravel, but it would require a lot more reinforcement below grade to do gravel. So I just throw that out there, or grass paves or things like that. So the devil's in the detail, I guess.
So then back to the
I guess
vote, then we have.
Can we hear from the applicant whether the amendment is something that is of value to them?
I don't believe so.
Trustee Benavides, that would be highly inappropriate, I think, once the board closes discussion to keep having
Okay.
outside, but I think this is a board discussion and,
I
needs
did
to.
hear you say that the site development plan before us is what we have to vote on, and the site development plan has 2 entrances. Are we permitted to change that?
I think the question is, perhaps a materiality, and because of perhaps a misunderstanding of the code, I can't say that it's totally improper. I mean, it may be that the solution is to make one only an emergency entrance or something, so there's not traffic. It could all go through, but I'm not going to get involved in those kind of details because it's not absolute. There is some discretion in the process. And if there was no discretion, there'd be no necessity for approval of the final site plan.
All right, we have a motion modified. Trustee Benavides?
We're going for a vote, right?
Yes.
No.
Trustee Kiefer? This is to the modification.
Mayor, can I skip my vote and come back around?
Yes. No? Yes, no? Yes. Trustee Radovich?
I want to say that sometimes when you make decisions like this in haste, there's unintended consequences like the one I just brought up about the cul-de-sac. But I would vote no at this point.
Okay. Trustee Renaud?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
I wish I could find where the ordinance is on the private roadway. I thought I bookmarked it, but I didn't. So I'm gonna have to say, because I found the ordinance and the covenants are extremely important, I'm saying yes.
Okay. All right, then the motion fails? The addition to the motion fails?
The motion, she voted no.
We have 2 yeses.
I voted yes.
Yes, okay, so there's a tie vote, and then the mayor has to cast the deciding vote.
Yes.
Okay, then the main motion that was made as amended is voted on with that amendment included. So a vote to approve the site plan with that amendment is the next vote.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we're not done.
So I'd like,
So we voted just on the amendment, And then we have to attach the amendment to the original motion.
Correct. And so now the motion on the floor is the original motion as amended by the amendment.
Okay. All right.
So I'd like to make a motion to the original motion as amended.
She doesn't need to make a motion though, right? Yeah.
She can make a motion for a further amendment.
Okay.
Oh, no, not trying to do that. I'm just trying to do the whole thing all together.
Okay, well, what's before it now is a vote on the original motion that says approve it with those three subject twos.
Okay.
That's what's before right now with no more motions or anything.
Sorry for laughing.
Okay, so we have a motion that has been amended. Trustee Benavides?
No.
Trustee Radnovich?
No.
Trustee Renaud?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
And the mayor refuses to vote.
Oh, wow, okay.
So the motion, the modified motion fails.
Can we go?
The
Mayor
floor is
doesn't.
now closed for comments.
We can make another motion though, right?
No, the floor is closed for comments.
I
believe
thought
we
it
can
was
make another
abstain or,
Well, that doesn't say no to the site plan. That was a motion to approve, which failed. In order to resolve it, it must be vote on a motion to disapprove the site plan.
Okay.
oh,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there could also be another motion. The body is, we're still on this item. The fact that a motion failed doesn't mean you can't make another motion.
Yeah, in fact, you must make another motion of some kind because there's been no decision. That means there's been no decision, so you still have to go forward and make a decision.
Is there a motion to deny SDP 23-05?
Mayor, I want to ask if I can take a 5-minute break. I gotta.
Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute
Okay.
break.
hey, Mayor.
Recess at 9:50.
Can we, we're gonna be here till 1 or 2 in the morning. This keeps can we,
If that motion would have passed, there's not, if the fire department says we require 2 entrances.
oh,
then
I've
the
got to
site
be
plan
in
is passed.
I gotta leave for Tucson at 7:30 tomorrow morning. So
They will.
for this to.
Trust me. The reason is because that roadway is gonna be longer than 250 feet. So that's why they're gonna require 2 entrances.
road's right here. This is my road.
So what's down here?
The cul-de-sac. But I had to put.
So this is your, oh, that's because, yeah, you're kind of on a corner.
I had to
Right, this is
put
you.
no parking.
Got you.
No, I had to put no parking all through here, no parking all through here, because we could not get a fire truck down if people parked on both sides of the road.
And
There's
yours
no
is 20
clearance.
feet.
Mine is 20 feet. And it's impossible to
Yeah,
get a,
those fire trucks are huge.
it's impossible to get an
an
emergency vehicle.
Just have smaller trucks, smaller equipment, smaller everything, and then we could make narrower roads, slow down traffic, and all of those
Well, my road is pretty wavy. It does, but do you know what? People still can book through here 40 miles an hour. But that,
That's why Jennifer's comment about it. That may have been her house was built right over the house. Right? So, that runs with the land. If you were to build it for her house, she doesn't have one.
well, this one.
Yeah. Things have changed since then. That's 15 years ago.
And I can tell you, these people took all the farm.
All the what?
All the farm.
Oh, in your subdivision.
Well, they did. So, I mean, I
They have no backyards.
But this one right here, and the one that's right here that you can't see, this thing is over, it's 5,000 some odd square feet. And so they took all the forest, so whenever people built here or here, they ran out of forest.
The piece, I'm doing the piece, the piece put on the consider other questions that you would like to have an answer or a different way to have an answer. Excuse me. That's a possibility. There could be other ways to amend the question. Yeah. And I'm not sure, I'm not, but you can also raise it to. That's
We've lost George Radnovich, but I don't know which door he went out.
What are you doing over there?
See, I told him, find George, find George. Okay. So, it is 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock?
Oh, sorry. It feels like 11.
I'm sorry. Mr. Attorney Chappell wanted to address, our group.
Mayor and trustees, there was a conversation out here, not in front of the bench, about the three elements that were conditioned on the motion to amend, which was not approved, and now there's going to have to be other motions to handle it. The proposal or the agreement that the applicant would agree to is, first of all, the condition that the covenants are approved and come back before the board is acceptable. That would be happen in any event. They are willing to provide evidence that shows the trees are all on the MRGC right-of-way, and so that's not an issue. The big issue is the site plan, which they say was approved by the court. It was a part of the court approval. They're willing to make this change. On the Guadalupe Trail side, it's already got a Knox box on it, which means you've got to have carded access to get in. They would make that an emergency access only, with only police and fire having access into that gate, so that all the traffic would go to Chavez, which is the larger road. So they would make that as an emergency access only, without changing the roadway and the configuration. What's that? Well, yeah, approved by the fire department, but they would agree to make that change, and if the fire department said no, they have to have two access full time, then that would settle the problem. But I think as long as they had access in and out, then probably would work. And that would address the three issues, I think, that were discussed and as conditions. So the only real one is, that access point. And that would be agreeable to the applicant.
Can I make a motion then?
Okay, let's go back. Would you make, is there a motion on SDP 2305?
Yes, I'm going to make a motion, but let me preface this by saying if it fails, then I will add the condition of the emergency-only entrance on Guadalupe Trail. I'm afraid that is not necessarily more favorable it just depends on where you live, right? So, let's try it with the original motion, and if it fails, then we'll try it with the other, with the amended for the entrance on Guadalupe Trail as being emergency only. So here's my motion. Motion to approve SDP 23-05 for approval of a final site development plan, and I probably should have added before with the conditions that Maida has in her planning report. And yes, tell me how I need to say it.
Oh, if you would like to add the condition that the Planning Commission had recommended as well to be number 6.
Which is in the report, right?
It is not, it is in the notice of decision from the...
Okay, so with the conditions in...
I'm reading from the December 18th notice of decision number 7, condition number 7.
Okay, with the planning and zoning conditions and any conditions you had in your report then. Is that acceptable? Okay, that's the motion.
Do we have a second?
Just a question. Wasn't that the original motion?
It is, but I forgot to say with the conditions and the planning and zoning.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Then
That's just an
then I will
oversight.
second it.
So we're back to the same motion then.
No, he added
We hadn't
the
voted on this one.
conditions.
Yeah.
So,
So we have,
Okay, can I, Mr. Chappell, I can make an amendment to his motion as a second? Or do I need to,
Point of order, you seconded it, but you still have a right to make a motion to amend. You're not bound by the second.
okay. I would second it, but I would make an amendment that, that the covenants come back to us, that the fire department will be revisited, but if they do make a motion, the fire department makes a motion to allow one entrance, that it also be accompanied with an emergency exit on the Guadalupe Road side, and that what was the third part? Trees would be identified to us as outside of their property.
can we, so his amendment needs a second now, right?
I basically amended what the developer agreed to do with our lawyer, Mr. Chappell.
He made a motion to amend your motion, and so it either gets a second or it dies for lack of a second.
I second George's.
Now the question, if the original maker agrees to the amendment, then it becomes a part. If not, we vote on the amendment.
All right, let's do the amendment then. I'll agree to it.
okay, then we have a second agreement, or second agreement modified, you agree? And then we have a call for the question, call for the roll call vote. Trustee Benavides?
Yes?
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes?
Trustee Renaud?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay.
So, one of the things I promised my constituents was transparency in this process. And, you know, I also took an oath to uphold ordinances. And I take that very seriously. But I want to put in context what my thought process has been the last couple months, because I think it's fair to those that voted for me. I was sworn in on January 3rd, and at a time that was supposed to be super happy, I get served with a lawsuit and a restraining order. And I go to district court, and there was a hearing brought by Chavez Guadalupe accusing me of having a conflict of interest and trying to prevent me from participating in the final plat agenda item and in the site development plan. The court concluded on January 12th that they weren't going to intervene and that they were going to allow the process, the governmental process of the voters to continue. That I had to do an examination of my conscience. And I took that very seriously. And I did an examination of my conscience. And that was to be fair, unbiased, and neutral. I can only imagine, though, that Chavez Guadalupe didn't find that favorable getting tossed out of court. Because on February 5th, Mr. Salazar sends a letter to Village Hall accusing or threatening me with a personal lawsuit if I didn't comply to not vote in this matter. All because of my feelings and my thought processes as a private citizen. As a newly elected representative, it's my duty and responsibility to consider the facts of the project, be neutral, unbiased, and fair. And that responsibility is a stark contrast from what I was able to say and do as a private citizen before I took my oath of office. We're a small municipality, and I was elected to cast votes on actionable agenda items because it's my responsibility to conduct village business. I wasn't elected to abstain, to avoid a difficult vote, or to recuse myself on an issue that I have no conflict. If the argument was successfully applied to me that I'm conflicted, the same argument could apply to fellow trustees. This argument could prevent this issue from being heard and action to be taken because of the lack of a quorum. And a small village like Los Ranchos depends on elected officials being able to vote on issues. Chavez Guadalupe has been relentless, and I feel that they've bullied me using their financial resources to intimidate me and try to silence my vote. They seem to have disregarded the court's dismissal of their restraining order against me and are threatening personal financial harm. The fact that a developer as large as Chavez Guadalupe feels it's acceptable to intimidate and bully an elected official in the village only proves that we as trustees have a lot of work to do to change our ordinances so big developers cannot steamroll their way through the legislative process by way of threats and intimidations. Unfortunately, I do feel my hands are tied and I'm left with little option because if I were to vote no for this project and it did not pass with my fellow trustees' votes, we end up in continued litigation, which is costly for the village. And as an elected trustee of the village, I'm entrusted with the fiduciary responsibility and as unreasonable as Chavez Guadalupe has demonstrated to be with restraining orders and threats of lawsuits, unless I acquiesce to their demands is something I had to consider. The continued litigation will be burdensome on the village coffers. I know the villagers have been very loud and strongly opposed this project from the very beginning. Unfortunately, the previous administration, even with 600 plus signatures, 10% of our population did not listen to their constituents and continued allowing this project to proceed down the pipeline when they could have stopped it in its infancy stage. After all, this was a pilot project and was at the discretion of the previous Board of Trustees and Mayor. This is a window into the mind and thought process. And regardless of how conflicted I may feel because of the risk of future litigation against the village and the threat against me personally to be sued if I did not recuse myself, I had to fulfill my obligation to the village.
Thank you. We have a motion, we have a thought to adjourn.
Yeah, I think we should adjourn and do a special meeting.
And carry the rest for a special meeting is Danielle.
So, Mayor and trustees, we have to schedule a time and a date to reconvene the remainder of the meeting. And it will only include the items that were not heard. We're not going through public comment again, et cetera. It's everything that we did not hit tonight, but we do have to make a decision tonight so I can make the posting.
Okay. George, are you going to be back soon?
I'll be back Monday.
Monday.
About Tuesday then.
It could be Monday night.
Okay.
If everybody goes.
Yeah, Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, Monday, would
Or
Monday,
Tuesday.
or do you want? Oh, you can't. Yes.
How about Tuesday then?
Tuesday?
Tuesday is too?
Tuesday I can.
Okay. could we,
So to confirm, I want to make sure that we understand, we're going to reconvene Monday, March 25th.
Tuesday?
I'm sorry, Tuesday, March 26th, at what time?
6 p.m.?
6 PM. So the meeting will be scheduled for Tuesday, March 26th at 6
Yeah,
PM.
quit saying the 5th.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a motion, and let's
Make a
vote on it.
motion to reconvene on Tuesday, March 26th at 6 o'clock.
Make the motion,
And
Frank.
only the remaining items that we have not acted on will be discussed.
I second.
Okay. So we have a vote?
Okay, yes?
Yes, okay,
Yes.
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 okay.
Now we can,
Thank you. The meeting's adjourned.
well, we have to make a motion to.
Oh, we have to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes.
Second.
Don't put an amendment.
Well, yeah,
Adjourn at 10.
Oh, at 10:15. Thank you.